Good morning. Honorable councillors, good morning. Let's get settled, please. Honorable councillors. Honorable councillors in all the venues, starting from the council chamber to the training room boardroom CO5 and C12. Can we please get settled? May I request that the videos be turned on in training room, boardroom CO5 and C12. I just want to see what's happening there. If you could just turn on your videos. You'll turn them off again. I'm aware that the quality of sound deteriorates when the videos are on, but I just want to see what's happening. Just turn them on, please. C12, I see you. CO5, oh, there you go. Are we settled in CO5? Training room? I'm still waiting for training room. Please come on. I want to see what's happening. Okay, I think I have a view of all the venues. Thank you very much. You may turn off your videos. You will turn them on as and when you would want to speak. Thank you very much. The videos may be turned off.
Normally, where you are unable to do it, they then send it to us. So I think I'm comfortable to reduce the 3 days to 2 days, and we'll see how.
Honorable Councillors, it has just been confirmed to me that we form a quorum and therefore we may begin with the special council meeting of today. I see there are some councillors that are still trying to find their seats. May we do so speedily so we may start. May we begin? Councillor, may you take your seat, please? Honorable Councillors, due notice was given of this special council meeting. We are a quorum and I therefore declare this meeting duly constituted. I trust that all councillors who are at designated venues have signed the attendance register for this meeting. Kindly note that it is of critical importance that you sign the attendance register. In the event that you do not sign the attendance register, you will be marked as absent from this meeting in the minutes. May we now begin with our council meeting, please, colleagues. I see there is some councillor at the back trying to find a seat. Let's begin by observing the prayer or meditation, all of us. I'll give you a moment to do that. Thank you. Amen. Honorable councillors, this special council meeting will be conducted in compliance with level 1 COVID-19 regulations. Let us please ensure that we must wear our masks. Regularly sanitize our hands and maintain at least a 1.5 meter social distance. For that purpose, this meeting will be hybrid. We are therefore using 4 venues, as I've already indicated, simultaneously. That is the council chamber where we are right now, the training room, boardrooms, CO5 and C12 in Tshwane House with seating and related arrangements. Relevant officials will support us in all of these venues. Thank you. His Worship, the Executive Mayor, Honorable Khoshi Kekana and his entourage, Honorable Khoshi Matlangu and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of the Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honorable Councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane residents, and the public, I welcome you to this special meeting, council meeting. Honorable councillors, the country is mourning the demise of Mr. Patrick Shai, the veteran actor and a well-known gender-based violence activist, who passed away on Saturday, 22nd January 2022, the year of our Lord Jesus Christ. On behalf of the City of Tshwane, I would like to express words of condolence to the Shai family for their loss. Our sincere condolence to his family. And I now call for a moment of silence while we are all seated in his remembrance. May we observe that moment of silence, please? Thank you. May his soul rest in peace. Now let's proceed to item B of our agenda, which is applications for leave of absence. Honorable councillors, for purposes of informing council in as far as leave of absence for councillors from this special council meeting is concerned, I will now call on the Chief Whip of Council to present to council the approved leave of absence of councillors. Yes, Honorable Councillor Ramawood.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm rising on point of order 38(2)B in terms of the City of Tshwane rules and orders bylaws. My point of order is that we want to inform council that we have occupied the seats here where the DA multi-party wanted to isolate themselves as a multi-party. We are rejecting that. So we have asked them to move from these seats to see where they can sit. So there's no one who's going to separate himself as if someone won elections here. All of us here, there's no winner. So this arrangement of multi-party, it must not happen at our expense. We are all councillors here and there's no winner. So this nonsensical sitting arrangement, we reject it as the EFF. Secondly, we'd like to take you through the president of the country, President Ramaphosa, who announced the easing of lockdown regulation. He even went to as far as lifting the curfew and also the gatherings restriction to 1,000 people indoors and more than 2,000 people outdoors. I'd like to ask the City of Tshwane through the Speaker and all those who are organizing this council, which rules are they using to subject our councillors into some rooms as if we are in some church where people are consulting with pastors in secret rooms. So we are appealing to you, Speaker, to allow all these councillors to be part of this council because you are not doing anything that is supported by the law. It's your imagination of thinking that you are doing the right thing. The president told you that 1,000 people can gather. This thing doesn't take even more than 300 people. Can you please allow councillors to be part of this council? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillor Ramawood. Allow me just to afford the Chief Whip an opportunity to speak, and thereafter, I'm sure he should be able to be in a position to deal even with the matters that you raised. I think you'll be aware, Honorable Councillor, that the sitting arrangement, it's done through the Office of the Chief Whip in consultation with various political parties. So if you may allow the Chief Whip of Council to speak. Thank you, Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning to colleagues. Speaker, I would like to request a 20 minutes multi-party whip caucus, please, in the boardroom in my office. Please, Speaker.
You're not going to start with those things.
Speaker. Just a moment. Chief Whip, just a moment. I've recognized you, Council. Yeah, I said I've recognized you, so I want to speak first. Chief Whip, while you were addressing, I think my official was also trying to vie for my attention. So I didn't really understand what you said. If you don't mind, may you please repeat? And Councillor, just he's trying to repeat what he said before, so it's not a new. No. It doesn't. I said I've recognized you, so it means I've allowed you. So please Just bear with me. So can you please repeat, Chief Whip? You will assist.
After you allow, you can speak and then you
Honorable Councillor, I said I've recognized you, but allow me to chair this meeting. Allow me to chair this meeting, please.
Please, let me help you.
Chief Whip, I give you an opportunity to address me.
But Speaker, you are committing a mistake from the...
Yeah, thank you. Speaker, can I do the apologies and then I'll repeat my request again?
No, they give you chance to give us to deal with the item.
Not what you are raising. You undermine as well.
Chief Whip, I said please repeat what you said. It will help all of us. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I requested a 20 minutes multi-party whip caucus in the boardroom of the Chief Whip's suite. Please, Speaker.
He's rising on a point of order. The point of order is that the Chief Whip was not asked to do what he's doing. On the agenda, the Chief Whip must take us through the apologies and the leave of absence. So what he's doing is wrong and it was not be accepted. And we don't want that caucus. You can go with Action SA. We're not part of your concoction. We don't want to be part of the caucus. That issue must be addressed here. There's no way. You want to come there and address one person on behalf of this majority. So we want to address, and Speaker, you must protect me against those Buremach there. I'm not part of their frustration. I'm not part of their frustration. I'm not an Afrikaner.
Your point of order is Councillor Ramawood. Councillor Ramawood, I gave you an opportunity to speak. Your point of order. I'm saying your point of order is taken. Let me, before I proceed with what I want to say just now, can I just go back to the councillor, the EFF councillor? Yes, can you please? I want to give you an opportunity, and then I will go to the other councillor that is seated next to you, and then I'll go back to the councillor right at the back in that order. Thank you very much.
Councillor must relax. You are not going to sit here.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I protected from that voucher? Speaker, thank you very much. As much as we respect you, Speaker, there is this one up there where he feel like he has something. But please protect me from that one. Thank you very much. Speaker, I don't want to waste much of your time. I think our party leader, Councillor Ramawood, already indicated what I want to raise before. And then I thank you. But also, Speaker, I want to check with you because we were not around here. We're just on leave. And then we don't know what is happening. We just saw you there. Can you please introduce yourself so that we can be able to know you? Thank you very much.
Chair, thank you.
Okay, can we have the next councillor, and then I'll go back to yourself. I will introduce myself after I've listened to all of you. Okay. Thank you, Councillor.
Speaker, thank you. Councillor Ramawood contradicts himself. He calls into question a request by the Chief Whip for a caucus meeting saying that we're not at that point in the agenda. Then why does he stand up and talk about how they're protesting and taking seats up in council? That item's not on the agenda. You guys must make sense to the public. Speak on items on the agenda when they are there. Now you're trying to prove a point and make yourselves look important. You're not important. Go sit in your chairs.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ramawood.
Thank you very much, Speaker. You will have to, firstly, let's congratulate you. I forgot. Let's congratulate you as the newly elected Speaker. Congratulations, Doctor. Now, Doc, you need to protect us because it looks like there's a well-orchestrated plan to insult us here. And that guy, he says, we are not important. That's what they speak when they are in Waterkloof there, insulting us. Us as not important. He was not going to say to a white person that is not important, never. You can even label me as someone who's raising racial issues. But because I'm a black person from the party that they don't want, then he says I'm not important. So I'm not important to him. He must address it when they are sitting there drinking Klep Drift in Waterkloof, not here. Because why should he announce that I'm not important? On which grounds? On which rule is he standing to speak about the importance of other councillors? You were supposed to ask him, where is the relevance? Where is the relevance according to the rules? So we must be here and speak how important others are, how important others are not. If you want to open for that discussion, we are ready. We will tell you how useless others are. We have their files. And we will tell you how many have resigned and they've had a letter from the DA that people have resigned. We'll tell you now. And if they've had that letter, you have it. You'll have to unleash it because we can't stand a speaker who will not be honest. So there's a letter here, Speaker, of a DA, 2 DA councillors who have resigned. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ramawood.
All the councillors come and join us.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ramawood. I think, allow me, councillors, let me first introduce myself to yourself, Councillor Silwane, and the colleagues that perhaps missed the previous council meeting here. I'm the newly elected speaker of this council. My name is Councillor Dr. Murungwa Makwarela. Is that fine, councillors? Thank you very much. And let me also say this, councillors. This is our full Monty, the first meeting that I'm chairing here. And let me just inform you of the following. That before me as the speaker of this council, you are all equal, all right? You are all important in this council. And I really plead with yourselves to respect one another. And subsequent to that, to respect your speaker. I'm your speaker. I didn't elect myself. And I'm here to assure you that I will do this job with all the utmost impartiality that it carries. I understand my duties fully well. And please, let us not just come with frivolous point of orders, because we are just delaying ourselves. We may have the whole day here, I don't have any problem. But I think we owe it to the public out there that we discharge the mandate that we got ourselves here in this council. Thank you very much. And I think if you would allow, Councillor, for the sake of progress, any councillor in this chamber can no, I said full. That was the one that elected me. There were no other items. Yeah, there was just one item. I said full. Okay. So, but nonetheless, thank you very much. So, I'm saying that you are all protected here and respect one another. And I know that you are privy to the code of conduct of councillors. And I hope you will be governed by that. I need not reprimand you, you are not kids. And I will give you all the opportunities that you deserve to speak and raise your point. Thank you very much. And I think on that score, I wanted to alert you that any councillor in this chamber may request a caucus break. And as the speaker, I think I'm duty bound to recognize that and afford that within, the laws and orders, within the rules and orders of this council. I think that is what will guide us. So, Chief Whip, your caucus break, it's granted. And then please, as soon as you come back, you will report back on that caucus break. So, caucus break is granted. He said 20. He said 20 minutes. Councillor Malek, 20 minutes. Yes. Thank you very much, Councillor Malek. Let's break for caucus. Thank you.
Exactly.
Go Caucus wa ithuta khale wa ba no ba ke ba go di mara Caucus ga itse go lela go wa 5-6 ya ha ba ke
Na bile Marshal na ne ke mosha gore nka be re right re kwele re cancela pele re khona bona mo dira o re wa dira because no go sala go monyako nna ba re tsena ka mo re khokela go ka se re emela go khoneng re bolela re ba botse re situation is a dumele ka mo le na le teng a ke ka mo re ditse no re beta ba
Open por más se la meta.
Nada mañana na le interest tsa batho re tsaya ke batho rena exactly bona ba no ba se re claim that and then we do all la pay. I can not interest about. Oh. It's fine. Yeah. I don't understand. Confusion not tell the guy. I don't confusion not tell the guy. I don't know one negotiating. And until you populate. Nobody they don't feel each other. What do you go with our council or not? It's a renewation. Oh, what are you? What more council on a community?
Manana party come to Kisa Wempe. I don't kiss a
Yeah. Retaliate feature go di chese exactly. A re nya go re ba tlhakatlhakane re nya go ba focus no re nya go ba focus ba build organization ya wena re ka ra o busela re ba chingwe Bakamara kawali. So how many? Exactly. What build the organization? What build the organization? Why do the chicks? Hey chicks. Chicks. Hey chicks. Chicks. Hey chicks. Hey Marita. What do you have in mind? Kan put the picture on Arua, and then Babang by PR fella, ordinary PR, Babas Kamara leadership. Yafanala to it. So, Erukawa, what are the matter about getting and on a the Catalan, we need to make a para.
It has come back to us. It's a day or two or three lost already there of the PR. I'm saying there are red tape that we have created, and I'm not sure that the DHs or group can say we are removing ours because we want to manage the 21. So they want to be said that we intend to us, and why we have said that we don't have SNA with other entities like your finance.
Councillors, the requested caucus break time is pretty much up, and I believe the Chief Whip is back. Can we reconvene? Please. Councillors, may we settle down, please? Your requested caucus break, it's up. May we all settle down, all of us? May we all? Honorable Sutton. Thank you very much, councillors. Let's settle down. Let's reconvene. Thank you very much. Chief Whip, you had requested for a caucus break. I gave you even a grace period, added some few minutes on top. So you are back. The floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I would like to request an extension of 30 minutes of the multi-party work, but we're also inviting the party leaders to join the meeting, please. Can I please request the party leaders to join the extension meeting of the multi-party work, please? Thank you.
Extension of 30 minutes granted, Chief Whip. Let's check when you are coming back. It's now 13 past. Let's come back at quarter to 12. Quarter to 12. Thank you.
Speaker. Speaker, can you see me? Yeah, can I speak?
Speaker. Hey, Speaker. Open up. Okay. Good afternoon, councillors. Can we remain seated, please, so that we may continue? We still have a long way to go. Let's be seated, please. In all the venues, let's all be seated. Thank you. Let's all take our seats, please. Thank you very much. Officials, please, let's take our seats. Can I have an indication as to what's happening in other venues? I don't have video feedback. Can you turn on your videos? I want to see what's happening in other venues. C12, I see you. Next one up. CO5. I see you, you are settled. Thank you, hi. The training room. Councillors. Councillor Maleka, please. It's not a name and shame. I just happen to recognize you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, councillors. Now, according to Section 6A of Rules and Orders, which I'm pretty much aware that you are aware of it, we broke for caucus adjournments and we allowed the Chief Whip to go and convene as requested. It is therefore by the instruction of this rule to allow the Chief Whip to speak first. Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. I called the multi-party whippery to discuss the seating arrangements in council, and then you remember that I requested then for an extension of another 30 minutes, whereby we had a joint multi-party whippery meeting together with the leaders of the various political parties. We could not reach consensus as the EFF rejected the seating arrangements in line with the COVID regulations. But the request was from the joint meeting was that we continue with the meeting. There was another further request is that individual members please conduct their behaviors according to the rules and orders. That is in brief the feedback from the multi-party whippery. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. But I think we'll have to do justice to the previous speakers as well. I recall, Councillor Ramawood, you rose up on the point of order, and I gave you an opportunity to proceed, but I didn't make a ruling on that. Now, as you would be aware, according to Section 38 of our Rules and Orders bylaws, I would like to turn down your point of order. And I'll tell you that, according to COVID-19 regulations, you have quoted them very well, but I think you made a slight omission. In the latest COVID-19 regulations issued on 31st of December 2021, the seating arrangement of 1.5 apart was not omitted or not removed at all, so it's maintained. So this council will be in breach of those regulations if we don't observe the 1.5 meter distance insofar as that regulation is concerned. So be aware that if you are not observing that part, you are in breach of the regulations. And myself as the speaker will not allow this council to descend to that level of disregard of the rules and orders and of regulations and any statutory acts that you are aware of. So your point of order is not carried, is turned down, Councillor Ramawood. Now, I want to go back to you, Chief Whip, because when you requested for a caucus break, you were to proceed with part of Section B, which is the applications for leave of absence. Yes, Councillor?
What is happening with the mic? No. On the order that you have turned down of Councillor Ramawood, I just want to say you that you don't have to be worried because the distance, we have measured it. The distance between these two chairs is 1.5 meters. That's why city manager and the gentleman there, I don't know, is Babani. They are sitting next to each other. So it can only apply this side, but that side it doesn't apply. So we're fine, it's 1.5. We have measured, you can come with a tape, we'll show you.
Okay, relax yourself, Councillor. Relax yourself. Thank you very much. I want to proceed with this meeting, and I believe that you will assist me in ensuring that we have law and order in this house. So, Chief Whip, please proceed and deal with the remainder of the items that you have to deal with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the following councillors have been approved in line with our city's processes in acquiring leave of absence. Councillor Darryl Moss of the DA is on sick leave. He's in hospital. And then I received one request for councillor to arrive late. However, that was 11:30 and it is now 12:16. Councillor Ananias Mokhalotsi, I don't know whether he did arrive. Okay, so I've still got his name on this list. And then lastly, no councillors requested to leave early. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. Let's proceed to Section C of the agenda, which is the official notices, the declaration of casual vacancy. Alderman JJ Kutsi. Oh, okay. Councillor Ramawood.
On a point of information, I just want to get clarity of the councillor who promised to arrive late. Can't Chief Whip find out if that councillor have arrived? Because I believe that there are rules in this council. The Chief Whip says the councillor said he will arrive here at 11:30. And if that councillor is not here, what do we do? And like maybe we can refer that council. But also, we will be happy, man, just to tell us, are those DA councillors the two? Because it will be very important later. Just to clarify us. And I think
that. Thank you very much, Councillor Ramawood. I think that point of information is carried. Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. And I think I would like to ask the ANC's Chief Whip just to respond whether he is present or not.
Yeah, but I just want to understand, where does it fit in the rules? To explain an apology, it's not there. Otherwise, I'm not going to give Councillor Ramawood what he wants. I don't know, he wants to extend his time of speaking, but it doesn't arise in the rules. to explain. An apology was correctly tendered, and the councillor is in the building. Therefore, there's no need for us to be extending that.
Thank you to both Chief Whip and Councillor Maleke. Let's proceed. Declaration of casual vacancy, Alderman JJ Kutsi from DA Ward 96. Honorable Councillors, I have received an email on the 19th of January 2022 from Alderman JJ Kutsi informing me and the Chief Whip of Council about his resignation as a councillor of Ward 96 in the city of Tshwane with effect from the 31st of January 2022. Now, in accordance with Section 25, subsection 3 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act of 1998, Act 117 of 1998, the city manager, after consulting with the Independent Electoral Commission, must by notice in local newspaper call and set a date for the by-elections, which must be held within 90 days of the date on which the vacancy in this ward occurred. So we are proceeding to Section D, which is unopposed proposals by the Speaker and the other proposals allowed by the Speaker. First, let's deal with the urgent reports for submission to the Council meeting of today, the 27th of January 2022. Honorable Councillors, the reports contained in Parts 1 and Part 2 of our agenda were received from the Leader of Executive Business on the 21st of January 2022 and delivered to you on SharePoint on the 21st of January 2022. These reports are urgent, though as timeframes are legislated, they must serve today. I trust that the Executive Mayor will, if he deems it necessary, also speak to these items when he submits his reports to us today. And then the second part, which is the reports allowed by the Speaker, at my discretion in terms of Section 8, subsection 1K of the Rules and Orders. Honorable Councillors, Section 8, subsection 1K of the Rules and Orders provides for the reports or matters not contained in the notice of the meeting to be allowed at the discretion of the Speaker. As a result, I have allowed the following reports under Section 8, subsection 1K of the Rules and Orders. 1, governance model of the City of Tshwane, reconstitution of the Section 79 committees. 2, the annual program of the Council for the remainder of the 2021-2022 financial year. We will get these reports towards the end of this agenda. The third part, which is the wearing of aldermanship stoles during council meetings. Honorable Alderwoman and Aldermen, in order for me to honor your aldermanship status during council meetings, you are now requested to, for the future purposes, wear your stoles to enable me to address you appropriately during the meeting. Must I call you Alderman Malulek?
No. I just want to find out, Speaker, why the mayor is not wearing a chain and why are you not wearing a gown? If those two are not addressed, we are not bringing those searches. It's not compulsory unless we put it in the rules. You must wear your chain, Mayor. You must look around and you must look for your gown, Speaker, so that we can appropriately, all of us, dress in a uniform manner. Thank you.
Councillors, okay, calm down. I'm looking forward to my gown, Councillor. Malek. And I'm sure the mayor will look for the chain somewhere. But let's proceed, colleagues. Let's proceed with our meeting. We are now in section E, which is reports to council. Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Just to respond to Councillor Maluleka before I start, the chain and the gown is in the museum where it belongs. Thank you, Chair. Honourable Speaker, Honourable Chief Kakana and his entourage, Honourable Chief Maslangu and his entourage, Chief Whip of Council, Leader of Executive Business, members of the Mayoral Committee, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honourable Aldermen without their stoles, they stole Aldermen, and Councillors, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen in the galleries, City of Tshwane officials, good morning. A warm welcome to you all. As we start the new calendar year, 2022, it is my hope that we will set the right tone by working together in a constructive and productive manner. It is important that we remain committed to advancing the cause of the city. With that said, let me take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Marunwa Makwarela once again on your election as Speaker of the City of Tshwane Council. We look forward to working with you for the next 5 years. I would like to wish you well in your new role, and I trust that you will exercise your duties in a fair and impartial manner. Mr. Speaker, I'm also pleased to report the appointment of Alderman Katlego Mathebe as a new member of the Mayoral Committee. She has taken up the role of MMC for Environment and Agricultural Management. Given her sterling work as the former Speaker of this very Council, I have no doubt that Alderman Mathebe will excel in a new role. Alderman Mathebe's appointment means that all 10 multi-party mayoral committee positions have now been filled. Following the establishment of our multi-party majority government in December last year, I'm happy to report that the members of the mayoral committee have hit the ground running to serve the people of Tshwane. For example, just yesterday, I joined the MMC for Social Development and Community Services, Councillor Peggy De Bruyne, together with the MMC for Economic Development and Spatial Planning, Councillor Andre Leroux, to launch our transparent and fair recruitment drive for 5,000 job seekers. These posts have been funded by the Presidential Employment Programme with an allocation of 146 million rand. And I must just add as well, but I see it's mentioned later on, about the 23 million co-funding by the city. Alongside the new 5,000 job opportunities that we announced yesterday, at least 4,000 applicants have already been selected during the first launch of the PEP in November last year. Having taken note of the unemployment crisis in the country, the city contributed 23 million of its own funds to the PEP. This contribution was made as an effort to expand the program to provide more job opportunities to our residents. During the month of January, which falls under the wet season, the rainy season, the city experienced high levels of rainfall, resulting in a number of localized floods affecting various communities. I'm pleased to report that the city has come to the aid of the affected residents. The Social Development and Community Services departments, in collaboration with Disaster Management Department, have to date assisted more than 400 families affected by the floods. Furthermore, the city received assistance from the National Department of Social Development and the South African Social Security Agency to provide affected residents with much needed relief packages consisting of blankets, sleeping mattresses, food parcels, and hygiene packs. Mr. Speaker, this week the Department of Health released concerning figures on the high teenage pregnancy rate in the metro. Our public health facilities have, over the past 3 years, recorded nearly 10,000 teenage deliveries. Between July 2019 and June 2021, two-year period, the city recorded 9,922 teenage deliveries, of which 674 were by girls between the ages of 10 and 14 years. And the remaining 9,248 births were by girls between 15 and 19 years old. Remember, colleagues, these numbers are just in Tshwane over a two-year period. It is deeply alarming and speaks to a need for better education in schools, in communities, and within families. As the City of Tshwane, our health department will continue to encourage young people to abstain from risky behavior that may lead to early or unwanted pregnancies. Furthermore, teenagers and their parents are advised to visit our municipal clinics for more information, free contraceptives, and many other helpful services. Still on matters related to health, I would like to condemn in the strongest of terms the burglary that took place at the Khazankulu clinic in Salisbury last Friday. A total of 25 desktop computers and other equipment were stolen. As the city, we will not tolerate criminal attacks on our properties that are meant to provide services to our residents. City officials are working closely with SAPS to investigate this particular case and bring the perpetrators to book. In the same breath, I would like to appeal to our communities to work together with the city and take co-ownership of critical infrastructure. It is important for communities to have an interest in the safekeeping of facilities that provide services to local residents. I'm also pleased to report that the city has had a continued trend of declining COVID-19 cases. Although I must add, I read last night, over the last 3 days in Gauteng, the numbers have increased. According to our most recent COVID-19 report, active cases in the city of Tshwane have dropped to 2,391 as of this Monday, the 24th of January. New confirmed daily cases are steadily decreasing, although, as I said, last night I read that in fact it is now increasing again. While it is always encouraging to see the weekly trend of declining COVID-19 cases in our city, it is important that we always remain vigilant and continue adhering to the COVID-19 safety protocols. Once again, we call upon all residents aged 12 years and older to get vaccinated at our 67 public vaccination sites that are located across all regions of the city. Honorable Speaker, through my office, I recently released a communique stating that Tshwane rejects the excessive electricity tariff price hikes that are proposed by Eskom. I stand by the statement. The proposed tariff hikes are exorbitant and will have a detrimental effect on Tshwane residents and the financial sustainability of the city. Despite the National Treasury guidelines proposing an electricity tariff increase of 8.5%, Eskom has instead made a submission to the National Energy Regulator of South Africa requesting a series of double-digit increase over the next 3 years. The power utility has requested a 20.5% increase for 22-23 financial year, followed by a 15.7% increase next year and a further 10% increase the year thereafter. Should the three proposed price increases go ahead, electricity purchases from Eskom in 3 years' time will amount to almost 50% more expensive than it currently is. While we acknowledge that Eskom is having financial difficulties and is working towards turning around its business model, it cannot shift this responsibility to consumers. As I conclude, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the 21 matric class for achieving a 76.4% pass rate. This is up by 0.2% from the previous year. This is particularly impressive as the 21 class faced 2 consecutive years studying through the difficult impact of COVID-19. We applaud their resilience and commitment. I would also like to congratulate our very own Tshwane South District for producing the highest national pass rate of 89.3% by district, and I think that requires some applause. This is an excellent result. Many thanks to the teachers, school management, and parents for their commitment and the support towards advancing education for our learners. Honourable Speaker, that concludes my remarks. To Council, you have referred to urgent reports. Those were addressed in the Programming Committee, so I don't need to repeat what was said in the Programming Committee. And hereby the reports are tabled, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Executive Mayor of our city. Let's now move on to part one, which is items from the Mayoral Committee meeting of the 12th of January 2022. Item number one. Okay.
Thanks, Chair. I'm looking at time now. It's almost 26 minutes before 1. Then let's agree, Speaker, how long are we going to go before lunch? Because we don't want to disrupt your business. And also we want to be mindful that food when you bring at 11 or 12, there should be a time period where it should be consumed. Therefore, we can't go on being oblivion. Food that is served there, many people have issues of running stomach. I heard somebody wanted to laugh that side, and they know toilets are occupied immediately after that lunch is served. Therefore, let's be mindful of the health issue, but also try to exhaust what is in the agenda. Thank you.
Good point. Thanks very much, Councillor Malek. Let me just check with my team. Thank you very much, Councillor Malek. I think you make a good point. I've just now instructed my team just to check how far lunch is, so that we don't just break and waste more time. So if lunch is ready, then thank you very much, councillors. The information that I have at my disposal right now is that lunch is actually ready, but I suggest that it's 12:30 right now. Let's check. It's almost, yeah, it's 20 minutes to 1. So if we could run maybe for the next 20 minutes to 1 o'clock, see how far we can run, and then we can break for lunch, and which, as you know, lunch is normally 45 minutes or about. So if we break at 1 o'clock, then we may come back at 1:45. Will that be fine, councillors? Yes. Okay, thanks very much. Let's now start with item number 1, reference number 86919/2, Human Settlement Department. Request to grant approval for the utilization of part of the remainder of portion 66 of the farm Hammanskraal 112-JR for residential purposes, and request to grant powers of attorney to submit various land use applications for this portion. This item is found in pages 7 to 16 with recommendations in page 12. Now, councillors, I have received a list of speakers per various items that you have in your agenda. Now, the first speaker to speak on this item will be Councillor B. Nshapo from the ANC. Councillor Nshapo, where are you? Oh, there you go. I'm giving you 3 minutes, Councillor. Your countdown begins. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning to inkutana zangekhethu, umlungwa, abanikazi benarha le esihleli kuyo nje. Also take this opportunity also to place it on record that the issue of land remains a very critical issue in restoring dignity to our people. We therefore support the motion pushed of allocating our people in Amanskral that land so that they are able to have a proper habitation for their families. But furthermore, also to caution that the issue of land doesn't have to only address the issue of human settlement, but also to preserve the issue of food security. As we are experiencing a lot of flooding in our city, I think we need to start to embark on a program that will look into very fertile land where we can preserve and start to go to the program of farming that will be able to assist our locals in terms of preserving food. But furthermore, also engage the modernized farming methods that are applied in other countries, where these buildings we have within the CBDs, on the top roofs, we can move towards a program that is able to address the issue of food security. With that, Speaker, I want to caution that there ought to be a process that we embark on that engages on the land we have as the city. The city cannot hold on to the land for the sake of holding on to it. Let them engage the locals and let the citizens engage on it, and they must put it into good use. Ngisho ukuthi namakhosi wamaNdebele okuyinarha yabo la bangajabula kakhulu uma singaberegisa inarha le ukuhelebha abantu bangekhethu bakhona ukuphila kuhle. Ngiyathokoza.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nshapo, for your contribution. Let's move on to the second speaker. That will be Councillor Mabohan from EFF. Councillor Mabohan, I'm giving you 3 minutes as well.
No, thanks very much, Speaker. We are also, as the EFF, supporting this report because we strongly believe that, as the Councillor of the ANC says, I don't know how genuine he is, but we believe that it embodies fundamentally our non-negotiable pillar, which is also primarily about the land. Now, this report is also important because it speaks about or talks to what it has been our battle cry in the last 5 years, which is the formalization of the formal settlement. Now, Executive Mayor, we are happy that this report is tabled in the first council of the meeting, because in the last 5 years, you were able to, or you failed to formalize 8 informal settlements. I think you only managed to formalize 3 out of the 8, which was the target of a year. Now, we're very happy that this report finds itself in this meeting. Now, it's very upset. It's an upset reality, Executive Mayor, because what we are speaking about here, which is the formalization of formal settlement, is going to reduce the number of informal settlement here in the city. I think we have surpassed the Ikurleni, which previously had the highest number of informal settlements. So we are over, as a city, capital city, we have over or passed over 200 informal settlement. And therefore we're saying as the EFF that a report such as this one is welcome, and we wish to have many of them, because in the past, formalization, the program of formalization of informal settlement has not been driven in the speed that we want. Now, it's very important to formalize informal settlement because people who live in informal settlement do not have access to basic services such as proper roads, sanitation, electricity, and water. Now, I've seen you, Executive Mayor, going around Tshwane, or rather, I've heard you saying that you are going to cut electricity because people have connected illegally. And we want to say to you that that can't be the solution. And that battle you never win. You can go and consult your predecessors from both Putla, both Solim Simang, Boramukopa. That such battle you are never going to win because it's never a solution. So the only solution is the formalization of the formal settlement, because that is when people are going to have an access to basic services. So speaking in general terms as well, we are saying as the EFF, we once proposed in this council that there must be, or the list of those who access RDP houses must be public. And you then abdicated that responsibility to the provincial government.
Sorry, Councillor Mabohan, I just want to alert you your time. 3 minutes, I told you it's up, but you're raising a good point. I just want to give you 30 seconds just to wrap up. Thank you.
So we are also proposing, and the EFF is going to be sponsoring a motion on this, that we want the beneficiaries of these programs of informal settlement to be made public, because people are being kicked out of their stands, others are selling others people's stands and so forth. So that is the program that we want to go, we're going to be pushing going forward as the EFF. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mabohan. Let's move on to the last speaker on this item, and that will be Councillor Tau from Action SA. 3 minutes, Councillor Tau.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think I would be closing on the matter, since I'm the MMC and this is my report. But I do know that we will get used to these issues. Maybe firstly, let me welcome colleagues for supporting the report. I think it's quite important that the very first report of this term of council becomes a report where we are seeking permission for power of attorney, so that we can submit land use right application, so that we can move forward in making sure that we house our people. I think the challenges in the city of Tshwane are well documented, and colleagues have been highlighting what we have seen during the period when we were meeting communities. And fresh in our minds is that we should make sure that we do not forget the commitments that we have made. And therefore, you are correct, Councillor Mabohan, that we want to move at the speed that is required to ensure that we don't get our people to be frustrated, and that people find themselves in situations where their dignity is undermined. We are facing probably one of the worst winters that is touted in many years, and in that time, there would be shack fires, and we don't want to find ourselves in that space because people are clustered. Therefore, there is commitment from this multi-party coalition government that we are going to do everything in our power, and we have put our money where our mouths are right from the onset. And it augurs well that with all the challenges, this starts in Hammanskraal, given the commitment and the spiritual relationship we have with Hammanskraal. I can safely say, Speaker, people of Hammanskraal in particular can safely say, Renale Svara go Tshwane, dilo di tlo bereke.
Thank you very much, MMC Tau. Okay, order. Councillors, we're just a few minutes away from lunch. Yes, Councillor? What is that for? Who's Vara? Okay, now thanks very much. As recommended? Thank you. Let's move on to item number 2. I have actually 4 speakers right here, but let me just call out the item and then I hope it will carry us to lunch. Item number 2, reference number 36355/1. It is from Economic Development and Spatial Planning Department. Review of policy document on the granting of land use rights on farm portions and agricultural holdings. The report ranges from page 17 to page 88 with recommendations on page 27. Let's proceed to call upon Councillor B. Lawrence from DA. 3 minutes. Councillor Lawrence. Where is Councillor Lawrence? Is he here or in another venue? Technicians, can you assist me in locating Councillor Lawrence? Otherwise, I'll pass.
Number one. In the center.
I see you, Councillor Lawrence. Please proceed.
Speaker, I would like to just reserve my speech. I would like to waive my right to speak, Speaker.
Thank you very much. You may take your seat, Councillor. We have just saved ourselves 3 minutes. It's well and good. Let's proceed to call upon Councillor Nshapo from the ANC. 3 minutes, Councillor Nshapo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We also welcome the report as it reviews what I've uttered earlier in terms of us inputting on how land must be utilized in the city. But also just to speak to Councillor Tau that he must live up to his saying. And deliver houses to our people and in proper servitude that are required there. Because it's easy today to tell us about the coalition relationship, whereas our people are not looking for that. Our people are looking for basic services, not your arrangement there in your own political parties. And we'll be able to input into those reports and check if the policy will speak to that which will place Tshwane where it was under our administration. Because we are worried that it has deteriorated significantly in terms of look and feel. And it's even dirty. No wonder why people are not paying for their services, is that in the CBD you can still find huge grasses. So that policy will assist us in terms of spatial management and how we are able to utilize it to even push for better transformation in our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nshapo. Let's now proceed to the next speaker, and that will be Councillor Ramawood from the EFF. I'm giving you 3 minutes, sir.
No, thank you very much, Speaker and fellow councillors. Before us is a critical report that previously served in this council, and it couldn't be finalized. And amongst the reasons is that we are awaiting the finalization of the parliamentary process of amending Section 25 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The EFF welcomes the report to go for public participation. However, we would like to state as the EFF that we don't support the public participation visual meeting arrangement. We have fought that through the ward committees because we are of the view that the visual public participation is not made to cater for all our people, particularly our constituency, who stays in Soshanguve, Mabopane, and all those who don't have an access of a visual meetings. The Speaker of Council, please be rest assured that the EFF will participate in the process and they will follow the process to the latter to make sure that our people are afforded the opportunity to be part of this process. We welcome the report and we hope that it will serve this council for the sake and the benefit of our people on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ramawood. Next one up, we have one more speaker, and I think that should just suffice to take us to lunch. And that speaker will be Councillor Leroux from Action SA. 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. I'm going to be short and sweet. We're all hungry. I think this report is to get legislation to be in line to lead to a more viable and a sustainable policy when it comes to the granting of land rights within Tshwane. As we are all aware, many communities in Tshwane are not integrated and they're so homogeneous and separate. To counter the apartheid era spatial planning, we will seek to better integrate communities and bring opportunities to all residents of Tshwane as equal citizens. I think it's important to note that this report is positive in the fact that it brings into context rural communities out in Bronkhorstspruit and those areas to be part of the city and also not to affect the usage of agricultural rights within the urban edge. So from our side, obviously, we support this and we really take cognizance from our colleagues in the EFF. I think that it's very important to have public participation, and I think we will try our utmost in terms of getting people to participate fully in terms of this. So this policy is really in line in creating a better environment in terms of the usage of rights, especially former farmlands and farm portions and agricultural ownings. So from our side, we support this, we're behind this, and we take cognizance of the participation of our residents of Tshwane. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just a point of information. When Councillor Tau speak and Councillor Roo speak, they don't speak on behalf of Action SA. They're closing the debate as MMCs on behalf of me. So just that correction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Yes, Councillor Ramawood, what are you rising up for?
This is very interesting, you know. It started very early. We thought it will take time. We like it.
Sorry, Councillor, I just want to check with you. What are you raising your hand for, so that I know?
From a point of information, keep it up, Mayor. You are doing very well. You must whip them. You must call that TAU to order and other Action SA. You are doing very well. We will handle the FF plus handle Action SA.
As recommended. Thank you very much. Councillors, it's now, oh yes, is there a hand? What is that for now, Councillor Maleke?
Speaker, it's on information. I think we should not have confusion. I think the whip of Action SA was doing representation on the party line to speak. Let's not confuse it, because the assumption will be that Action SA won't speak because they've got MMCs. No, it doesn't work like that. Parties can speak, executive members and chairpersons of committees. They can speak without being on the list. Therefore, that confusion should be corrected. Because when we go to whip, we're expecting Action SA to take liberty on submitting. If they don't submit, and it's not an MMC but an ordinary member, we are going to refuse. Thank you.
Executive Mayor.
Mr. Speaker, I thought it was a very easy issue. Here in council, I sit with 10 MMCs, and I was addressing MMCs, not other councillors from Action SA. They're perfectly well to speak. But in this instance, the debate concerned the economic department, the second debate. The first debate concerned housing. So MMC Tau spoke in his capacity as MMC of housing. MMC Leroux spoke in his capacity as MMC for economic development. So that is the correction I was bringing. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Speaker. Councillor Mabohan, on a point of order, yes, please.
And thank you, Speaker, and congratulations on your appointment. Such a good speaker. We're lucky as the Council of Tshwane. I just want to raise a point of order on the Executive Mayor, Councillor Randall. Really, the ANC Chief Whip clarified that parties can speak. This is tradition and how we have been doing this council since I've been here since 2009 in this council. So I'm just asking that we just have order. Parties can speak. Councillor Tau represents his own political party. Coalition doesn't mean you speak on behalf of a mayor. There's nothing like that in this council, unless we bring new rules. So I'm asking you to call order, and so that we do things as Councillor Maluleke has explained. Even tomorrow, when something happens, we'll still have parties. It doesn't mean if the ANC will in future work with someone, therefore they speak on behalf of the African National Congress. They speak on behalf. When we speak here, we speak on behalf of the ANC. So when we ask a councillor to stand on a point, is the African National Congress. So we must clarify that. That's how we do order of council. So unless we deviate and bring something else. Thank you very much.
There's a point of order that I need to rule on. And now you are lifting up your hands. You want to, what are you raising your hands on?
Speaker, here.
I've not allowed anyone to speak. I was just clarifying that let's implement the rules and orders in this house. Now, the rules and orders is that are you listening to me now? I thought you wanted to give me chance, Councillor Mabohan, to rule on the first point of order. Now, if you come with another one, we will go haywire and not rule on any, and I think I wouldn't have done justice according to the rules and orders that we all have. Is that in order, Councillor Mabohan?
It's on a point of information, not on the point of order, because the information is going to assist you. I wanted to ask.
Point of information sustained.
Now, I'm saying we are speaking as if we are speaking about someone who's not here. So Councillor Tau is here. He can clarify whether he was addressing this council in his capacity as the member of the mayoral committee or in his capacity as the member of the Action SA. So he's here. We don't have to go anywhere. He ran away.
Okay, order, councillors. Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just a point of information on the point of order raised by Councillor Mahepa. Councillor Mahepa has been absent for so long from council, he no longer understands council rules. If the council rules state, Mr. Speaker, the council rules state, if you raise a point of order, you must refer to the rule in the rules and bylaws that you're addressing. And then you must explain how I violated or breached the rule. He didn't do that. So he did not raise a point of order. Thank you.
No, Councillor Makwarela, speak.
Sorry. So, councillors, Councillor Mahepa, I'm coming back to you. I'm coming back to you, Councillor Mahepa.
Councillor, we have never been absent from council because this is the first council. So I don't know what is he talking about, but you must rule on orders as they come sequentially, then you move to the next, so that you bring order to council. Now you can't allow Councillor Randall to say, my power is not there. Where? Because this is the first council, where? Which council? Which council? Because this is the first council, sitting, this year. Yes, the first one this year, so I don't know when. I was there the last one. When we had a council in November, I was here. So which council, this is out of order, you must clarify him. Yeah, he must withdraw, and he must not come with drunk points here. We are not drunk here.
Okay, Councillor Mahepa, I think you correct. This is the new term. Okay, councillors, listen to me now. This is the new term. I've given you opportunities to ventilate yourselves. Executive Mayor, we have heard you. I received the list of speakers. I don't make them up. I received them from the Chief Whip, okay? So I've given you enough time to talk, and I think I need to move on, all right? So this meeting is now adjourned for lunch. I'm giving you 45 minutes. It's now, let's see,
Let's come back at 2. 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, Speaker. Eta waraba muna.
Welcome back, councillors. Are we ready to rock and roll? Let's get settled, councillors. Let me also have an indication through the video feedback. In other venues, training, CO5, C12, let me get some feedback. Thank you.
What is this room called again? Training room. Training room, yeah.
Training room, I see you. Thank you very much. C12, you are good to go. I see you. CO5, I'm not sure about you guys. Okay, I think you're all. Oh, thank you. Council chamber, let's get settled, colleagues. Thank you very much. I think you have had your lunch and we're good to go. Can we proceed, shall we? MMC Tau. Just before we broke for lunch, Councillor Maepa rose on a point of order. And maybe he might have missed my gesture. I said I'll rule on that because this house, as I maintained, will run and rely pretty much on the rules and orders. Now, if any speaker or any councillor for that matter rose up on a point of order, the speaker shall rule on it. So, Councillor Mabohan, I didn't sweep your matter under the carpet. I just wanted us to break for lunch so that we can come back. So I think let me begin by ruling, so that you don't say the speaker doesn't rule on points of orders, because that's not within the spirit of the Yellow Book. Now, this is my ruling. It's a very simple ruling. Colleagues, we have just begun, and this is a new term. And I think, Councillor Maepa, it's pretty much correct. This is a new term, and I'm equally a new councillor here, fresh from the box. So the things that happened in the previous term, I have no inkling of an idea as to who was absent, who was present, who spoke more than the rest, and so on and so forth. I don't know. And I think allow me space so that I remain impartial and I'm not influenced by your experiences, either bad or good, in the past term. And it is within that vein that I bring it to you that according to how council functions. The speaker receives the list of speakers. And I know that it is well coordinated between or amongst the whipperies, to be more precise. And the same applies to time allocation to each and every speaker, Councillor Mabohan. So that's why I'm ruling in your favor to say you have the right to speak at any time, whether you are part of the list, if you rise up on a point of order. Anybody from the executive mayor to the list of the list, if ever there's such, will be afforded time to speak. And if it is a point of order, the speaker, according to the rules and orders, and I think to be more precise, Section 38 gives me the right and mandate and authority for that matter to rule. So, Councillor Mabohan, you have the right to speak. And all the MMCs, indeed, they speak on behalf of the executive mayor. I think that's what we have established. But equally, MMCs may also speak, or they bear the right to speak as party leaders or respective party on the same item. But I suggest that some of the things that are really wasting our time, and I think you will agree with me, we are gauging each other here. From my side to your side and from your side to my side. But the net result is we must establish efficiency. So, housekeeping chief whip, when you give me a list, be able to address these kind of things so that we don't have unnecessary commotions here. And I think it can be achieved. It's a very simple thing and procedure to follow. So I think this ruling, Councillor Mabohan, will put this matter to rest and equally allow others the freedom of speech in this house. And I've said, in case it's still eluding some, that we will treat each other here, and underline will, treat each other with respect. And if I give you time, it is my solely discretion to increase it or stop you as I've allocated you that time. It's my right. And I think you will respect that right, Councillor Sharp. I'm using you because you have been speaking well within your allocated time. So you set a good example. In that way, councillors, we'll have lively debates. No one will be gagged. But I need to point out, because I've been listening and quite well, it can't be that you raise up on a point of order because you need attention. It cannot be abused. And I hope you're not going to establish a pattern of rising on a point of order. Meanwhile, you are off tangent. So let's do that so that we speak when we have to speak. We have the list, it will guide this meeting nicely. But I'm not barring anyone to speak or rise up on a point of order or on a point of information. And I'm excited that we all attended the SALGA training. I did as well. So I think we are all empowered. So colleagues, I implore you to be guided by the rules and orders of the House, and our meetings will be efficient. Thank you very much. Let's now come back to our agenda. Yes, Councillor Marchand.
What is the ruling?
I sustained the ruling. I said he was right. He deserved to be heard, and I sustained that he had the right to speak. I said Councillor Mabohan is the one who rose on a point of order. I thought Okay, let me repeat it in English. I ruled in favor of Councillor Maipa, so it means anybody who was in opposition to Councillor Maipa is wrong. That's what it means. I hope, I'm sorry if I protracted the utterance, but the ruling was in affirmation or in protection of what Councillor Maipa was saying. So it's protected. Thank you very much. Let's proceed to. So Councillor Marshan is an alderman, you see, so he's trying to protect the rules and order. So that's good, Councillor Marshan. So let's move to item number 3, reference number 33585/1 from Group Human Capital Management Department, salary and wage increase 2021 financial year 2022. The item is from page 89 to 110 with recommendations on page 96. Now I have a list of speakers here. I'll start with Councillor Maluleke. Councillor Maluleke, I'm giving you just 1.5 minutes.
Chair, I'll forgo my speaking right and add the 1.5 to Councillor Bushielo.
Councillor Maluleke, thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Ace. Councillor Ace, you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I waive my right to speak.
Thank you very much. We move on to Councillor Bushielo. Bushielo, now you have 3 minutes instead of 1.5. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Honorable Speaker and fellow councillors. The councillors receive a report which seeks to submit the financial implications of annual salary and wage increments for 2021-2022 financial year for consideration, and it also seeks guidance and decision from the council on the way forward regarding the implementation of the salary and wage agreement. And as the ANC, we are happy to give this council proper guidance. Honorable Speaker, the report contains annexures which entails the bargaining agreement, which was duly signed by the representative of employers and the labor unions present in these municipalities. The agreement clearly stipulates that the employers, the employees must get 3.5%, and the report before us is telling us a different story. It is basically saying we must apply for exemption. In other ways, the municipality must not pay workers their well-deserved increase of 35% due to liquidity problems. The ANC is rejecting this notion. So what we have observed is that the DA coalition is unable to run this municipality. So their inability to run this municipality by this unholy DA coalition must not be to the detriment of the workers. The workers are the critical components of this big institution, and the attitude, we know that the attitude of the employees determines the success or failures of the municipality. So our people out there, they are yearning for quality services. They are exposed to serious basic service delivery challenges. As you know that in the previous administration, our people were exposed to serious basic service delivery challenges. So the municipality cannot afford to have unhappy staff. Neither can we deliberately expose this municipality to a relentless labor unrest. So, Honorable Speaker, my principal question is that why did the mayor and his mayoral committee allow this shorty reports to pass through? I've got only one assumption. It is either the committee and the mayor were sleeping on duty or they are incapacitated. So the report as it is limited, is very shorty. They are giving us, they are telling us that their collection rate is 80%, but they are not giving us a detail in terms of rent and send. They are also saying that the increase will cost the municipality 490 million, but they are also not giving us a detail in terms of the breakdown. And as the council, we need to be able to, we are playing an oversight role. We can only play those oversight role if we are exposed to a detailed but concise report with very clear direction in terms of what they want us to do. And the report is also not clear whether we are applying for partial or full exemption. And we've just witnessed the cat fight between the mayor and the mayoral committeeman. This council is not interested in that cat fight. They must fight it at the mayoral committee. We are not interested. We are serious about giving our people service delivery. So in conclusion, the Honorable Speaker, as the ANC, we are rejecting this report. We are rejecting the recommendations of the report. We are saying that we remove all the recommendations and replace them with the following. Recommendation number 1, that the council instruct the city managers to pay workers in line with the SALCA bargaining council wage agreements. Number 2, that the commitment in the recommendation 1 be carried in the next financial year 2022-2023. Number 3, that in the next council meeting, we are presented with both the financial recovery plan and a summary of the city's financial status. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bushielo. Can we have the amendment in writing? The proposed amendments. Councillor Malek, you know, I was confiding with my team here because I couldn't locate your signature. So your signature and Councillor Bushielo's signature, they are two married. They look like one. So I wanted to return it back. So they said it's your signature. So I'm happy now. All right. So this is the amended resolution. It says that we remove all recommendations and replace them with the following. 1, that council instructs the city manager to pay workers in line with the SALGA bargaining council wage agreement. 2, that the commitment in the recommendation 1 be carried in the next financial year 2022-2023. 3, that in the next council meeting we are presented with both the financial recovery plan and a summary of the city's financial status. Now, colleagues, this is in variance with the proposed recommendation in the report. So without further ado, I just want to put this to test. I want to put this. Yes, Councillor Ramawood, what is your hand for?
I don't know, maybe you must assist us how this thing works. We want our speaker to to have something to say because our recommendation are more similar with the ones of Borangwane Kamula. So we don't know, give us guidance, how do we do it so that we don't see ourselves not being in order. So give us guidance. Our speaker is ready now, but our recommendations are more similar. So I don't know, advise us.
Thanks very much, Councillor Ramawood. Yes, I heard you. I think this is the guidance from the speaker's desk. I have actually, in preparation of this meeting, I had almost seen it coming. Now, Chief Whip, you are the one who received the list of speakers from various whipperies, right? And on various items. So I think this thing can be sorted out at that level before council. All right? So that you can establish within yourselves so that we don't repeat on same.
Speaker. Oh yeah, consult more. There's nothing wrong of consulting, don't worry. I'll be in that chair, I understand you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Ramawood. I think the observation is that sort this thing amongst yourself. It's permissible. So I don't know if you want to officialize it, or you still want to repeat yourself, but you will still be almost talking one and the same thing. So it's up to you. But I thought I was giving guidance going forward, not necessarily with regard to this item, because we will have many of items like this. So I think this guidance doesn't necessarily concern you, but it talks to all of us. Should we find conversions, I think you can sort yourselves out before you come here, but you still have the right to speak if you want to. Thank you. So I said this is at variance with the recommendations that were advanced in the report. So I want to put it to test. And yes.
Hello.
So let's give you space. Press, I will switch off here, you switch on, then we all hear you. Thank you.
No, Speaker, I think maybe let's afford you a time so that they advise you properly. We are with you, don't worry. We understand that it's your first time, don't worry.
Okay, before we do that, as amended, I've read out the amendment. As amended.
Speaker. Aruthu Speaker.
Okay, I've heard you. You say no. Let's go to the vote.
Speaker, let's assist you. Speaker, Speaker, let's assist you. Speaker. Hey, you see that man with the tie, Speaker? Hey, he used to mislead the former Speaker, that man. Must be careful around that man, Speaker. Ah, yeah, that one.
Ask the Speaker, there's nothing.
He used to mislead the former Speaker, this one. Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, councillors. Relax yourself. What is that hand for?
On a point of information, Speaker. Yeah, Speaker. Like our party leader has already indicated, we are in agreement with the recommendations that have been put forward by the ANC Caucus. However, we want to add one additional recommendation. So I think before you call the House, before you divide the House, allow us the opportunity to present our proposal and then add it onto that, so that when we vote on all those things. But however, our speaker still wants to speak because this item is very important. So we want the EFF Chief Whip to also give his perspective on this matter. Thank you very much.
Point of information well received. Is there a hand there? Yes, please.
Yes, it is, but I'll allow you to rule first before I speak.
Thank you very much. Councillors, as I indicated, there is an amendment, and let me just allow the House or the floor to deliberate on this amendment. I think it will also allow you space to speak on the amendments. Yes, Councillor Mabohan.
To speak. You must allow the debate again. The party can get the debate. After that, the amendments, because we can come with different amendments as different parties. Although you'll dispose them later in that sequence. Then if we have all debated and we agree on the amendment, we'll then vote on that amendment. But because if we are to vote on the amendments now, it means we are disposing of the report. We are voting on the report. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, colleagues. I think we are finding each other. So what I'm saying now, I'm saying let's debate on this amendments. Okay, let's have a hand here first, Councillor Mal, and then we'll have the second hand there.
Oh, thank you. Speaker, if you look at Rule 24 of our rules and orders, subsection 2, it reads as follows. Whenever an amendment has been moved and seconded on a motion or proposal, no further amendment may be moved until a resolution on the first amendment has been passed. Therefore, we are at your mercy here on how we should navigate, because remember, there are speakers. They want to state their case around the matter. EFF indicates that they are almost closer to our amendment. Therefore, if we were to deal with our amendment, it means when we get to the debate of EFF, they are going to sponsor the amendment. But the other advice can be, if they agree with us, they can carry amendments that we are having, repeat them there, because subsection 3 says no member may move more than one amendment on the same motion or proposal. Therefore, they can repeat what we said and make an addition to what we're doing. Therefore, I think you're correct in saying that we should exhaust this and finalize it. When they can come and have a debate and put motions. But they wanted to shorten the process. So let's debate and deal with it. But the rules are different to what they are proposing. Therefore, at your mercy and guidance, Speaker.
No, thanks very much. You would have realized that I was following this. And then, there was another direction which I also accommodated. So, but nonetheless, let's have that other hand.
Thank you, Speaker. I was partly covered by the councillor who spoke now. However, I just want to also speak to what the EFF says. We have not had all the speakers finalising in the debate, and the debate needs to be finalised before recommendations can be brought. So the recommendation has been brought at the wrong time during this process. Thank you.
Speak. I've seen your hand. I was still trying to deal with the mic issue. Yes, Councillor Ramawood.
we're asking for 10 minutes caucus, but also your team there, and it's not an attack to them. They keep on shaking their head, and I don't know why they don't come there and assist you, because we are raising proposals, and they know the rules maybe more than us, or the way council must be run. But they are shaking their heads. They don't come to you and assist you. Please, they must assist you if they have a different view. We don't say they must participate in this council, but you have a right to agenda and clarify whatever that we are trying to raise, because our proposal is simple. We say let's dispose of this debate, and then at the end you can entertain recommendations. But if there's a rule that is against what we are raising, let them assist us and tell us which rule is against what we are proposing. Because we are proposing that let the speakers deliberate on the issue, and then at the end you can entertain the recommendations. What will happen with the recommendation of the ANC, then we vote for that recommendation? It means the speakers who are supposed to follow are not going to speak, because Section 24 is clearly saying after we have entertained a recommendation and we voted on the recommendation, no other recommendation must be tabled, or any other proposal must be tabled on the same item. So you'll have to assist us, Doc.
Thank you very much. Let's give you caucus break. Before that, yeah, then let's have 10 minutes caucus break. Thank you. Colleagues, the 10 minutes caucus break, it's over. You are on a grace period. Colleagues, may we settle down, please?
Speaker, for extension, we are not 2 minutes.
Okay, you can have your 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's fine, Doc. It's okay.
Thank you very much, councillors. Let's settle down so that we may proceed. Councillors. Let's settle down, councillors. Councillor Erasmus, I'll call out your names. Councillor Maepa, please, let's settle down, please. And on my extreme left, please, let's settle down. Is there a hand?
Councillor Maria de Toy, I'd like to say something on behalf of Action SA, Speaker.
Later. We are now back from the break. The rules, again, colleagues, let us not just be all over the show. You call for the rules, we play by the rules. Now you call for the break, I gave you the break. Now the rules is you now give us feedback. Councillor Ramawood, you asked for caucus break.
Oh, we are fine. One of the things that people must know that our fights with the ANC, it's not like we're enemies. And the day we come together, hell will break loose. So we can find each other on these things. So people must not think that. But for now, we still have some few issues that we don't agree on. On this one, we agree, and we're fine. We're fine. We can proceed. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now, yes, Councillor Bashir.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. For the purpose of completeness, as you know that we have been engaging with other political parties to fund each other, I'm humbly requesting the withdrawal of the amendment so that we can have addition on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bushielo. You will proceed accordingly, but then let me now, because there are two more speakers in my list, let me proceed to call upon Councillor Shaban. Yeah. 3 minutes, sir. Or are you sorted with a... No, he'll come after you. Yeah.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I'm speaking on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters. We wish to submit that the Constitution of the Economic Freedom Fighters prides itself that on its preamble that the EFF will be the vanguard of the community and worker struggles and will always be on the side of the people. We have considered the report as tabulated and the application for an exemption. We submit as the EFF that there is no substance. That report is very shameful. There are no clear figures except to complain about the amount that should be paid to the workers. Hardly 5 months. Hardly 5 months since the collective agreement has been entered into. And then you're calling us here that we must endorse an application for an exemption. without sufficient grounds or any exceptional circumstances that would be considered by this sitting in order to agree or to disagree. We're saying to this council that the EFF rejects with contempt any attempt to disadvantage the poor workers. The management sits on high salary hikes together with benefits. When the poor employees even struggle to reach the workplace because the trains are not even sufficient to ensure that they are arriving to their workplaces in time. We submit that the recommendations that are presented on the report should be withdrawn. No exemption should be granted. And that same should, at the end of the discussion, be replaced. Thank you.
Councillor Shan, let's hear Councillor DuPont. I'm giving you 3 minutes.
So as Action SA, one of our principles are economic prosperity, which obviously leads us to the point of job opportunities, and we stand for fair labor practices. We all know that our country has one of the highest unemployment figures in its history and probably amongst all of the countries in the world. As Action SA, we also stand for the rule of law, such as employment contracts and abiding by collective agreements. So our intention all along is to support vulnerable workers and create sustainable employment. However, this can't happen without economic recovery. So we intend to pursue our aim to achieve fair labor practices in the Labour Forum, the LLF, and in all other avenues where we have the opportunity to do so. However, Speaker, we are called today to make the right decision to preserve the city so that the city can continue to achieve fair labor practices and fair employment opportunities. As an attorney, I can say that fair labor practices don't only apply to employees, they apply to employers also. And this city is an employer. So if we cannot take decisions that result in economic turnaround, then we can't take a decision that doesn't support the budget of this city. So Speaker, then I conclude on that point that as Action SA, we stand for those principles, but at the same time, we must make decisions that are correct in the circumstances of that decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor DuPont.
Speaker, what is their position? Action SA has not taken a position, Speaker. Let them tell us where they stand with regard to this report. Must workers of Swani.
Order, councillors. Order, councillors. Order, councillors. Yes, Councillor Matebula and Councillor Ramawood, in that order.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The last speaker is talking about decisions. We just want to understand what is their position. What have they decided on? Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Councillors. I'm one, and I'm trying to listen to all of you. Now, I think is amplified what the chorus was all about. Now, let me just refer back to Councillor DuPont. Councillor DuPont, would you like to? Would you do that?
Thank you, Speaker. So I am able to elaborate. So it's Maria Dutoy. Thank you. So So let me continue. Can I continue? So now the point is, it's concerning that I have to explain to this House what is a right decision. Okay, that is a concern to me because I think we all have it as common cause, right? That this city cannot afford an increase. I'm still speaking. This House cannot.
Order, councillors. Councillor, it's protected. You will be given your fair time to speak. Allow Councillor Dutoit to proceed. Councillor Dutoit, you are protected. You are protected.
So the right decision is the decision that is correct for the budget of this city, which is to apply for the exemption. The exemption, sir, is a process that has to unfold in terms of our labor laws, and that process will also protect the rights of employees. So I would submit that we allow that process to continue. That is the stand of Action SA.
Point of information, Councillor Ramawood, let's hear you out.
Wait. Stop this. Speaker. Oh, okay. Stop this thing. Okay. Dawood.
All be quiet. Councillor Ramawood is rising on a point of information, councillors. Councillor Ramawood.
Yes, Dawood, don't disrupt our caucus, please. So it must be known, point of information is that it must be known that Action SA does not support the increment of workers. So it must be there, and the media is there out there. And I'm very happy because those middle class who were politically angry, you doing things with emotions, we told them this thing is DA light. They didn't listen to us. Now the castle light is out cold. The castle light is out cold like hell. So it's just going to disorganize them for the next 5 years. How about anybody?
Okay, that was point of information. So let's proceed. Councillor, look at me. Councillor, please. No, he was first. I'll come that side. He was first. Councillor.
Yeah, Lalen. Oh, hey, Tinklale pass. Speaker, I think what Councillor Ramawood has just expressed now is a true reflection of what the workers of the city of Tshwane and also the residents of the city. No, can I be?
Councillor Masela, you raised a hand, and would you want to clarify what your hand is all about before we proceed or before we go off tangent? Thank you.
Again, do you agree?
So it's point of information. I told you earlier on that let us not just raise frivolous points of order, points of information, because we are wasting each other's time. If you are in support, then please, Councillor Masilela, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Person, it is important that we bring this information to this August House, not only to this August House, but to the residents of the city of Tshwane, that the Action SA, as Councillor Ramawood says, it's a castle light, that they are not, no, wait a minute, can I continue? Can I continue? That their conduct,
Councillor Masilela, please sit down. There's a point of order, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, you're completely misdirecting yourself. I refer you to Rule 35. I refer you to Rule 35, Speaker. Are you on Rule 35? Speaker, Rule 35 refers to relevance. A member who speaks must direct his or her speech strictly to the matter under discussion. The matter under discussion is this report on the salary increases. This is the matter under discussion. I can't understand, Speaker, why you would say that the point of information that was stated by Councillor Ramawood and what Councillor De Toy stated, it's got nothing to do with this report. So please, Speaker, redirect yourselves to the rules of council. And I ask that your advisors inform you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sit down, councillors. Okay, councillors, sit down. Order, councillors. Order. Let's calm down, councillors. Let's calm down. Order, councillors. Councillor, yes, please.
Speaker, I'm still on the platform.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. On a point of order. Speaker, the mayor.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for protecting me against this House. I would like to just bring it under the attention that rule number 30.
I have given her the right. No.
Thank you, Speaker. Point number.
You are protected. May you please sit down? Yes, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Are you rising on a point of order? Thank you. Councillor, you are protected on a point of order.
Speaker, Councillor Mabohan.
Councillors, I said, Councillor, you are protected. So it was a point of order. So you are still protected. Please, thank you, Councillor Malisa. So please, on a point of order, you are still protected, Councillor, right? Okay, thank you. On a point of order, thank you.
Hierso is rooi.
Thank you, Speaker. After I got in my daily exercising to find a mic that worked, I'm rising on a point of order based on Rule 38 in the Rules and Ethics of this Council, which says that a point of information and a point of order is not allowed to be a political speech. I further also want to put out my dismay on how a new councillor in this chamber is handled after she's given her maiden speech.
Point of order sustained. Councillor Maisela. Point of information.
This woman is going to
Point of information, Councillor Maisela, you are still protected. Thank you. I've recognized Councillor Maleka after. Yes.
Speaker, earlier on when I was calling a point of order, you must learn to recognize us. Please don't recognize your friends because they are members. No, but I'm speaking, speak. No, this man's not going to do that. Speaker.
You are calling on a point of order, Let's allow her to finish her point of order and then you will rise on your next point of order. Point of order sustained. Please continue.
Thank you, Speaker. You have not ruled on my point of order and then this man interjects.
I said you are on the floor. Continue, please.
Switch off his mic. Speaker, when we are... Look at this man. Speaker, when we are raising point of orders, please note us, Speaker. Don't note the people that we think are part of your coalition agreement and then they're going to agree with you. Take the dissenting views. We're not going to die from taking a dissenting view and make a judgment. Earlier on, when Councillor Randall was speaking here, I raised on a point of order, you did not note me. I raised on a point of information, you did not note me. You noted other councillors. Speaker, another thing, the councillor of the EFF, Councillor Mabohan, was on the platform. I saw Councillor Randall directing you as a speaker to switch off his mic. Councillor Randall is not the speaker. If he doesn't want to be a mayor, he must resign and contest to become a speaker, then become a speaker and direct his house. But also, lastly, Speaker, I want this house to note that the DA caucus is as weak as it can possibly be. The mayor for the first time in this council is rising on a point of order. Shame, Randall, that's being weak. You've got a weak caucus behind you. They don't know why they are here. They are check collectors who are here to collect checks. They are lost. Our shame, but let everything come out of Amudimo. Give another about why they are here. A whole mayor. A mayor must not raise a point of order. We understand he's a full member of this council, but there must be decorum coming from him. He must rise to speak on issues of service delivery and allow the caucus to lead. But it can't be two things, Mayor. Please.
Your time is up. Point of order. Thanks.
Thank you, Speaker. I refer you to Rule 34. Speaker, I refer you to Rule 34, where a member may only speak once on item. Please ask the councillors to refrain speaking more than once on item.
Point of order sustained. Thank you very much. Okay, order, colleagues, order, colleagues. Order, colleagues, order, colleagues. Can you now have order? I've given you time to speak. And the point of orders, I'm ruling on this point of order. It's correct. It's in the rules. Okay? It's in the rules. So please, Councillor Mal, just conclude, please.
No, comrade, Speaker, I think rising on the point of information and the disappointment by the executive mayor, where he misquotes Rule 35, where on the relevance, where it has got three dimensions. One is that a matter under discussion. The second dimension is for a member to be able to give an explanation in detail. And then the third dimension is on a point of order. Now, when you go to the other subsection is that a member should be able, out of those three dimensions, to anticipate any matter on that agenda. In this particular context, I am not anticipating a matter on the agenda. I am articulating a position in relation to the Action SA when it comes to
the matter before council on how, as political parties of this August House, should be taking a decision, either being sympathetic to the working class who provide services critical to the many communities that we are leading. So we are then saying the position out of the information that we are giving, that when Action SA supports the pushing for exemption like the DA is doing, it clearly demonstrates that they do not have any interest in liberating our people out of the shackles of poverty, deprivation from the worsened economic condition that the residents of the city of Tshwane are facing. Clearly, she is admitting in that coalition that they have that the city is collapsing, it is bankrupt, and we are going to fight them to the bitter end in defending the lives of the workers of this municipality.
First point of information, that was, he rose on a point of Councillor Ramawood, Councillor Ramawood, Councillor Ramawood, Councillor Ramawood. He rose on a point of information, and we are not going to debate on a point of information. Now, let's proceed. Councillor Bushielo, you withdrew the amendment. You withdrew the amendment, and the understanding is that did you find each other? Do you want to resubmit the new amendment, or you fine with the total withdrawal of the amendment?
Yeah, the EFF councillor will submit.
Now, do we have the? Yeah, okay, councillors, can we learn to raise our hands? You are too many and you can't speak all at once, okay? Sorry ma'am, councillor, would you learn to speak when you are appointed to speak? Can I recognize your hand there, and then you are next, and there is next in that order.
Thank you, Speaker. On a point of information, I would now ask the members of the ANC, when are they going to remunerate the staff of the ANC? If they have it at heart to look after the workers, they should be looking after their own workers. So they cannot come here and tell us to pay workers who are already earning a salary, who have been paid every month, to get an increase for money we do not have. So tell us, ANC proposers, when are you paying your people?
Point of order, it was not a point of order, right? Please just remain there, just remain. There's a point of order, Councillor Maipa, on a point of order. On a point of order. Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on point of order on relevance. This is too irrelevant, Speaker. And really we must express this view. This House is going to deteriorate because of the DA-led coalition. The mayor was calling orders which was not supposed to be very emotional. Now we're having another member again, pointing fingers when we must deal with the report, pointing to the ANC. Can you please call order? This is disorderly, it must be discouraged. The mayor and his team must calm down and then deal with the facts. The facts are, we are having a very serious problem that the mayor, according to section 13 of the rules of this council, was even supposed to tell us that the city is even owing ESCOM on top of not paying workers, and we are having a problem of even paying service providers. So the mayor must request through you to address the real issues that we are dealing with. The issue is that there's a report in front of us, there's a collective bargaining agreement, there's a 3.5% owing, it must be paid, we must talk about it. You can't come here and tell us this today and tomorrow you change. We are not babies. We can say Robo automatically saying we don't want that.
Thank you very much. Councillors, can you allow me to chair this meeting? Because if you chair yourself, you will excite yourself, and this meeting will not achieve the results. Okay? So on that point of order, Councillor Mabohan, is there a point of order? Executive Mayor.
Speaker, can I close the debate? Then you can move to the amendment. Then you can move to the amendment. Then there's no more debate.
Thank you very much. I want to rule, according to the rules and orders, there is a point of order. Before we close on a debate, I must rule on a point of order. Is that okay? So, Councillor Tennyson, so no point of relevance. I think I'm ordering you just to withdraw the statements pertaining to your utterance. I think it's not relevant to what we're saying. So can you just withdraw on that so that we can proceed with this meeting? Thank you.
Speaker, I made a statement on a point of information, and I asked the ANC if they are.
Councillor, I've made a ruling on that order. Please abide with my ruling. You were speaking about things that were not relevant to the point on the discussion. Please, for the sake of progress, can you withdraw on that so that we can proceed? Thank you. That's my ruling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will withdraw the fact that the ANC is not paying their people, and that the community out there should take note of that. So I withdraw that.
Thank you very much. Now, I have noted you, but then the executive mayor had also raised his hand. So on what point are you raising your hand, sir?
Speaker, can I submit my submission on the report as the MMC of the department?
MMC, executive mayor wanted to close on the matter. So do you allow the MMC to close on the report, executive mayor, or you want to do it yourself? Thank you.
Both the MMC and I can speak on the matter. But before that, please, Speaker, I'm going to ask you to be consistent. That's all I'm asking from you. Please go ahead.
MMC, please, you are on the floor and you are protected.
Thank you, Speaker. Please allow me a few minutes to deliberate on this report, and let's just go back to the reason why we're here, is to discuss the report. Speaker, in reference to our current financial precarious situation, SAGA has made provision for submission for exclusion. And we have agreed, and now just to answer a previous speaker's question, the submission that we're going to do, or the approval request from council to do the application, is based on only 1 year of the 3 years. Just to close that question. Please, let me also just remind us, and also yourself, Speaker, as you are new to council, to inform you about the root cause of this financial precarious situation that we found ourselves. And also remind our fellow colleagues of the previous council. The root cause of this financial difficulties that we are faced with now by the municipality was due to an illegal collapse of council due to a refusal of ANC and EFF councillors to attend or remain in council. The DA has brought the matter before court that resulted in a Madonna's court order that was issued, resulted in a forcing back irresponsible councillors to come and do their work. Furthermore, Speaker,
councillors from this side, I have always given you an opportunity to speak, and you can't keep on rising on the same point of order. So please, the MMC has all the right to speak on his report, and he is protected. Allow the MMC to finish. MMC, you are protected.
Thank you, Speaker, for protecting me. Furthermore, Speaker, for 8 months, the city did not have any political leadership and oversight of operations. And for more than 8 months, during ignorant MEC that is appointed an illegal administrators, left this city with a budget deficit of over 4 billion rand, which left the city burning.
Councillor, just pause a little bit. Councillor Mabohan, what is that hand for?
Of order. I rise on the point of order, Speaker. The African National Congress is not bewitched by the by the spokes of the DA. There was no 4 billion. We need evidence. You can't come to council and say there's a 4 billion deficit that was never seen by a naked eye in this country. We need it now when we are standing now today. We want it now, Gogo. You must show us the 4 billion that caused the problem of today. If you don't show us now, you must never repeat it. We want to see it now. The officials are here. Everybody's here. You must take it out today and now. If we can't see it now, don't repeat it.
Thank you, Councillor Mabohan.
Can I continue, Speaker?
Let me just, Councillor Mabohan, can I just rule on your point of order? I heard you. So, MMC, the councillor is saying, please, in terms of talking things that are not factual, please, can you withdraw on that score so that you may proceed with your submission, please? Please, can we move on that basis? Yes. Executive Mayor, please.
No.
Speaker, I refer you to the definitions of the rules and by orders, right? Point of order means a pointing out of a deviation or a pointing out of anything contrary to these rules and orders or bylaws of the City of Tshwane or any law. Can you tell me which rule did the MMC violate? Now, if you can't identify the rule, you can't rule on the order. There is no order. The order, point of order, is a deviation or violation of a specific rule of council. So please,
Thank you, Executive Mayor. MMC, you are protected. Please proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I will try to speak over my colleagues. It's clear that they have no respect. I'll continue, Speaker. Thank you. Speaker, the situation that we are faced now, because of the illegal appointment of those administrators, resulted in a 4.3 billion rand deficit, coupled. It's a direct result of that. We have. Yeah, okay.
MMC, you are still protected. Don't be drowned by the noise. Just proceed.
Speaker, the rules. Yeah. Thank you. I'll continue, Speaker.
MMC, just okay. Councillor Maluleke, please. Just, Councillor Maluleke. Councillor. This Councillor Maluleke here is rising on rules and orders. Councillor Maluleke, please.
Yeah, Speaker, let me draw your attention to section 38, subsection 3 of our rules and orders. It says a member contemplated in subsection 2 is entitled to be heard immediately. If you say point of order, whether it's MMC or mayor, they must stop. If I say point of order, whether it's the mayor or MMC, that speaker must stop. This is what is said by the rules. The mistake that you are doing, Speaker, you allow the mayor to interpret to you what the rules are saying. Therefore, make a ruling. We'll defend you. Don't worry about the noises. It's in the nature of council. What we don't need is when members drown the speaker. Therefore, that we should not allow. But the noises is part of council. If you have watched what Parliament in England does, it's more rowdy than this. Therefore, allow point of order in terms of the rules. It must be heard immediately. Therefore, the person on the podium must stop. Therefore, that's point number one. Point number two, Councillor Kingsley and the mayor, they want to interpret to you what you're supposed to do. No, it's not up to them. You decide. If Councillor Mabohan raises a point of order, you must rule. Therefore, the rule says you must rule, and once you make a ruling, therefore, we must accept your ruling. Then you didn't rule on Councillor Mabohan. Already, you are being guided on how you should respond, which is incorrect. Therefore, let's allow you to chair the meeting. Don't allow interpretations. Don't allow to be persuaded. Chair the meeting. The noises, it's normal. It's part of the theater part of this nature of this August House that we are having here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MMC. MMC, can I revert back to yourself? I've made a ruling. I said, can you, just on that point where Councillor Mabohan rose about, I ruled, I said, can you withdraw on that part so that you can proceed with your speech? Thank you very much. Thank you, MMC.
I withdraw, Speaker. Right.
Thank you very much, MMC. Now you may proceed with the rest of your presentation. Thank you very much.
The situation we are faced with now, Speaker, the situation we are faced with now, Speaker, is a direct result and a financial fallout of those illegal and delinquent decisions that were made. Coupled to that, the matter of COVID-19 pandemic and the impact that it had on the ability of residents to pay their bills. This resulted in non or reduced payments for service due to the dire straits that residents are faced with at the moment. Let us remind ourselves, Speaker, thousands of people have lost their job in the last 2 years, and the city of Tshwane has paid salaries every month up to now. And as a side note, I really find it strange for the ANC to tell us how to run and pay our salaries, reference to their own organization. But fear not, Speaker, in November 2021, we have already started with repairing the city under the leadership of the Executive Mayor. And now with our committed coalition partners, we will fix this financial position that we found ourselves. In closing, we want to assure our employees, we will not leave you in the lurch. Together, we will see us through these difficult times with our coalition partners, our stakeholders, the unions, and more importantly, our employees, who we will not disband like other organizations. We will ensure we will bring back financial and service stability and prosperity to the city. Speaker, last note. We as a coalition government will never allow the ANC to use the back door again to try and govern this city again. We will engage and get the support of everyone that matters, our coalition partners, our employees, the unions, and the residents. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor O'Shea.
Point of order, leadership. Point of order. Point of order. Yes, this side. Yes.
the previous speaker just alluded that he will make sure that the employees are not left in the jungle, but he never provides a clear guidance of how are they going to make sure that the liquidity of the municipality is properly taken back to normal. So the funds that he's talking about of 400 million, how are they going to ensure that the municipality recollects the rates and taxes so that they can make sure that employees are getting their increases properly? So he's just giving us a lull speech there.
Point of order not sustained. Councillor Bushielo, please, are you ready with the amendment? Please, Councillor Bushielo.
Speaker,
Councillor Bushielo, Lishman, are you ready with that amendment? You want to present on it? Yes, Chief Whip.
Yes, thanks the Honourable Speaker.
Sorry, Councillor Lishman, sorry, Chief Whip, do you want to, on what are you raising on?
I just want to request, when points of order are raised, please refer to the specific rule in the point of order book. That will help us all if you can specifically refer to the specific rule.
Thank you, Chief Whip. Thank you, Chief Whip, for that. Councillor Shawana, please come with your amendment, please.
Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, before our chief whip speaks, there's a tendency of disrupting us here. The chief whip there, on which rule was he rising on? He comes here. Why these people of DA wants to lecture us with rules here? And then which rules are they rising on? We are not going to be bullied by the DA here lecturing.
Councillor Ramawood, I have given Councillor Lishamane time to come with. So please, actually, I didn't appoint you to speak. Councillor Lishamane, please, you are protected. You're on the floor. Proceed.
Thanks, the Honourable Speaker. We have looked into the motion and the recommendations that are needed. Our submission on the item in question is that we remove all the recommendations and replace them with the following. One, that Council instruct the City Manager to pay workers in line with the Salga Bargaining Council wage agreement. Two, that the commitment in the recommendation, number one, be carried in the next financial year, that's 2022-2023. Three, that in the next council meeting, will be presented with both the financial recovery plan and a summary of the city's financial status. Four, that the City of Tshwane ensure that all government departments, embassies, and businesses owing the municipal bills should immediately pay their arrears or have their municipal services cut off pending full settlement of their accounts. The money is collected to be used in covering the provisions of the salary and wage collective agreement as entered into on the 15th of September 2021. Recommendations by Councillor Leofi, Philip Lishawana, duly signed, seconded by Councillor F. Bushielo, duly signed, dated the 27th of January 2027.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lishawana. Can we have the proposal for amendment delivered here so that we can read it out? Thank you. Thank you very much, councillors. This is the proposal for the amendment. It reads that we remove all recommendations and replace them with the following. Number one, that council instruct the city manager to pay workers in line with the SALGA bargaining council wage agreement. Number two, that the commitment in the recommendation one, that is the one that I just read before, be carried in the next financial year 2022-2023. Three, that in the next council meeting we are presented with both the financial recovery plan and a summary of the city's financial status. Four, that the city of Tshwane ensure that all government departments, embassies, and businesses owing the municipal bills should immediately pay their arrears or have their municipal services cut off pending full settlement of their accounts. The money is collected to be used in covering the provisions of salary and wage collective agreement of the 15th September 2021, recommended by Councillor Leofi Philip Lishawana, signed, and then seconded by Councillor Wushielo, signed, dated 27/01/2022. Now, councillors, we obviously have had the report, and the MMC has also deliberated on the report, but we have this proposal for amendment of the recommendations that were contained in page 96. Now, as the speaker, I need to test whether these recommendations can be carried forward or not. And the manner in which I decide to do that is by voting. So, Secretariat,
You don't start by voting. You don't start by voting. You ask, we can even...
Councillor Ramawood, I didn't point you to speak. As amended, let me hear you louder. As amended. Thank you very much, councillors. Of course, you heard yourselves. There were loud yes and no. Now, can we now open the floor for the deliberations on these recommendations? Yes, Councillor Maipa, is that for? Yes, Councillor Maipa.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Really, I want to commend you, even though people will say, those who don't know you, they will think you are here for the first time, but you are not. You've been here more than many other people and acquired both administrative and political experience. Thank you for opportunity that we are having. The African National Congress want to emphasize and moreover add on this amendment, simply because we believe that workers must know, and it must come out to the public, that there's mismanagement of funds in the city. When we were sitting here a few hours ago, and now subsequent to that, that the ESCOM has released a statement that there are areas of 635 million in the city of Tshwane on ESCOM. And secondly, that the statement by the mayor proposing the statement of ESCOM. Now we see that the problem is a bit deeper. Now our second recommendation.
Councillor Maipa, just hold right there. On a point of order, is that a point of order here, Councillor? At the front? Is that a point of order? Yeah, please.
It points that a member needs to be relevant to the point that it's on discussion. Therefore, again, included with the point 38 number 4, there have been too many points of information which, according to section 4, it says admissibility of a point of information. There were too many points of information that have been given that are not admissible. Therefore, we cannot allow Councillor Mabohan to continue with those particular irrelevant information that is bringing forth to Council. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Point of order, sustained. Councillor Mabohan, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me proceed with my submission on debate of the amendment. Point number 2 that of the amendment specifically speak about the financial liquidity ratios and the standing of the city financially. Now, we're talking that they want an exemption on that basis because when you juxtapose what they are saying vis-a-vis what has been submitted by the African National Congress is that we want to find out the truth about whether there is money or not to pay the people. Now, to find out whether money or not, we need to get more information. More information means that whatever is in public or not, we need to know about it. And when the mayor comes here next time after we withdraw this report, he must, on section 13, provide information on whether the city has money or not, and also beyond that, indicate, because we are receiving information as councillors sitting here, that somewhere around South Africa, there's where Tshwane owes almost R1 billion, and we cannot ignore that. So the ANC stands by its point, and furthermore, we are saying that we feel very strongly that there is deficit in terms of financial management of the city, and the city is collapsing due to mismanagement of finances. And technically, we feel that this city is now bankrupt, and the mayor must stand up and be strong and have balls and say that we don't have money, we mismanaged for 5 years, and stop blaming the African National Congress. Thank you very much.
Yes, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think it should be noted by all councillors in this House and thousands of workers of the city of Tshwane that the current administration is anti-workers. It's an anti-worker capitalist administration which doesn't care about the interests of ordinary workers in the city. When the executive mayor took over, he promised that he's going to improve revenue collection in the city. But we sit here discussing a report which says the workers of the city will not be able to get an increase because of revenue collection is low and the liquidity of the city. It means the executive mayor has failed to perform his duties in terms of ensuring that the city is able to recover what is due to it. It is the executive mayor who came out some weeks ago to say there are institutions and embassies which are owing the city billions. What has the executive mayor done to ensure that those monies are recovered so that the city is able to fulfill its obligations towards the workers? He's enjoying the blue lights, he's enjoying the bodyguards, he's forgotten about the promises that he made to the workers.
Yes, MFC?
On a point of order. On a point of order. I'm rising on section 34. I'm rising on section 34. Section 34, subsection 2 of the rules. Before you choose the MMC. So this order is order on you choosing the MMC. So here is the order. I don't want to be out of order, Doc. I want you to recognize me. So I'm sorry, I'm speaking because the mic is on. So
yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. A point of information. Thousands of people have lost their jobs the last 2 years. Every single employee of this city has received salaries, and it's completely wrong what the previous speaker has spoken about, that we are a non-caring organization. That's not true, Speaker. Our salaries have been paid. On the second point of information, you have got the right, according to Rule 34(2), to allow MMC to speak more than once. Thank you, Speaker.
Point of order, please. Thank you, Speaker. Look, Speaker, I don't... Brother, I'm very patient with you. That's why I'm trying to be disciplined. So I'm rising on point of order, section 38(2). So it's clear that I have a right to rise on a point of order, and immediately when I rise on the point of order, the speaker on the podium must sit down. And if he's already sitting down, he must keep quiet, because the rules support me. Now, my point of order is that I'm taking you through this rule book. Do you have it there? Just go to page, let's go now, just go to section 34(2). Section 34, section 34, let's just read it. A member to speak only once on any item during council meeting. So this MMC is speaking for the third time. For the fourth time is not. So I want to know if you have suspended this rule to accommodate this MMC, or you are going to bring the rule when we speak ourselves. So you can rule on that. But the rule says this one must not speak.
Speaker?
Can I just a second, Councillor Ramawood, on a point of order. Listen, I've opened the debate on the amendment, the proposal of the amendment, and that's where we are at this point in time. And as a matter of fact, your point of order is not carried. He is on the floor. I protected him so that you may speak. So may you continue, because you are on the floor. Can you proceed, Councillor, next to Councillor Ramawood? Thank you very much.
Want to raise point of order?
Huh?
Yeah.
He's saying you must continue speaking.
Thank you, Speaker.
You are protected. Continue.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think it's very clear that the position of this administration is very hostile towards the workers, and is deliberately provoking the workers of this city. And we know what is going to ensue after this. When the workers embark on a strike, whether protected or unprotected, you can rest assured that we as the economic freedom fighters, we are going to be on the side of workers. If workers come here to shut down this Tshwane House, we are going to be part of that shutdown, because we will not allow this current administration to enjoy the perks of being in positions of power and leave the poor employees of the city poor. We are going to ensure that we fight this thing to the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I have a hand from the training room. Councillor, you are recognized. Please speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm rising on paragraph 24 of the Rules and Orders. The amendments that have come through that are being debated, I do not believe are relevant to the report. The report is to SALGA, and we have jumped from SALGA to debt collecting, and I do not believe some of the recommendations can be realistically attached to the report. So I ask you for a ruling. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Is there a point of order? Or?
Thank you, Speaker. Based on section 30.
Thank you. Based on section 36 of the rules and orders, irrelevance, tedious, unbecoming language, and breaching of orders. There have been tedious repetition and irrelevance that have been taking place in this. I will request the division of the House on this particular item, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, point of order. Between the two of you who's raising a point of order? The two of you. You are together. Who do I appoint? Can you okay, let me start with yourself.
Yeah, Speaker, the very same mistake that the DA collective is doing is to try to channel you how to run your meeting. Therefore, Councillor Katlego here, he wants to tell us that you didn't hear anything that was said. It's only him who had tedious language and irrelevance and any other thing. Therefore, you don't have ears, according to him. You are running the meeting nicely. You are calling people to order. The DA is upset that you are calling them to order because of privileges spoil them to believe that they are always right. Therefore, continue running the meeting. They should not tell you how to run the meeting. Thank you. We are very satisfied.
Thank you, Councillor Maleka. Really, I mean, come on. I am running this meeting and I don't necessarily need to be affirmed by anybody. The rules and orders will affirm me. Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Marshall. Is that a point of order, Councillor? Is it another Councillor a point of order? Okay. Thanks, Councillor Marshall.
Kapolelo ya se Africa ibile ke bia ka Sepedi ka molomo wa go ja bogobe ke bontse gore dithaga tša polelo tša se Africa ba re lemoša gore ge o ka robala ka monola wa sethogothogo ka maragong o tlo tsoga ka menwana ya go nkga se mokone a lekang go se dira mola and o swantse gore re go thuše Speaker se mokone a lekang go se dira mola o wa motseta wa mošate wa baditšhaba bare di tlo motshuma di tlo mo palla ka gore taba tša mešate di nyaka beng ba tšona ba ka mafateng a matelele e seng batseta ba swantse gore ba kwe ebile ba kwešiša ka ba mafateng a matelele gore taba tše di sepela jwang jale tsela ka se di tsebe ka gore ke nako tša go rešwa di tlo mo palela ere ke e romele gona fao.
On a point of order, Speaker, on a point of order. Ke tlo go ruta yona se ka tshwenyega.
Can I rule on this? You can't come with another one. Councillor Marishan, to be honest, I can't rule on your point of order. So really, I have to move on because you're creating a very serious problem. So please give us your point of order, please, Councillor Kache. We will deal with that offline.
Can someone give a speaker water, please? Can someone just give a speaker water, please?
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. Pele ga ge re tlo tlhatlhamolola taba ya gore e reng e se mariri le marišana ke ye mo tabeng ya gore monwana ka gare ga marago o dirang jwale ke kgopela gore a gomiše ona mantso ao ka gore
Councillor Katlego, order, councillors. Councillors, I think we have reached a point. We have reached a point wherein we should vote on the proposal for amendments. Please, shall we do that? Thank you.
Speaker, Speaker,
Speaker. 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 Monna wo agasi councillor lilimlaberena. Makalabeshu. Councillors, I'm still chairing this meeting, so please allow me, councillors. The House is divided. I therefore call upon for the House to vote. Okay? Speaker, today's Councillor Katleho, you're right. Councillor Marchand, can you withdraw, please? We want to proceed. Unbecoming language, please. He heard you. Can you withdraw, please? Unbecoming language. Can you withdraw, please? I'm ruling. Yes.
Speaker, on a point of order. Speaker, point of order. Can we request earphones so that we can listen to the translations, please?
Speaker. Councillor Marishale, please, we want way forward. You see, you are plunging us into another territory. Can you withdraw, Councillor Marishale? He heard you, Councillor Kateo didn't need translation. Do you want? On the point of Speaker, recognize. Speaker, can I speak? Councillor Kateo, can you, before we take that step, can you assist us? Can you assist us, please? Speaker, stop telling the mic, Speaker. Point of order. Stop telling the mic. Stop pressing the mic. Can I speak? Whenever I say tell her, no speaker. Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Yeah. Speaker, look, we don't have to confuse ourselves here. One, there is some gadgets here where there is a translations going on here, if you don't understand any language around. But the reality is, we cannot appoint this one because we don't trust this software. We rather use Speaker and then agree with whatever in terms of the rules and then appoint a proper one with a proper translation. So we can't just say we're going to take it from this one because it's already on the side of the other river. Thank you very much. So, thank you, Councillor. I rule on that order. That's correct. We need translation, and I think Councillor Tennyson is correct because as we can I speak now? As we continue to debate, at times, and remember, you have the right to use any language here, official language. So I'm ruling on that because this is very serious. What you're saying, it's pointing on a way forward. This is the type of point of order that really we need to sustain. So going forward, can we have, because people can speak and we want them to be eloquent in their speech. And if they were to do it in their own mother tongue, so be it. But we need the right translation. So that point of order, it's sustained. So Councillor Kateho, so I cannot really afford you an opportunity to translate because now, Councillor Kateho, please. Can we now divide the House through a vote? Okay, thank you. Let's proceed.
Speaker, can I ask for a caucus, please? I request a caucus.
Speaker, Councillor Matere, I've been ignoring you, but I think I can't continue. So please, Councillor Matere, please.
Speaker, I wanted just to draw your attention to the fact that he wanted to make a referral and also wanted to propose something. So that is why I was drawing your attention to him. So I can't do what he has to do because I'm not a whip. Eh? Thank you.
Councillor Katlego, you want to make a referral?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Let's get on kgopelela tsa ko pele, ke tla te kgopelela. Ke kgopela sa mathomo. Number one, I want to refer Councillor Marishana to Rules and Ethics. The unbecoming language will be dealt there. Secondly, I want to ask for a caucus of the DA. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Katlego. Councillor Marishane is referred to the Rules and Ethics Committee, and the caucus break for 10 minutes is granted. Thank you.
Speaker, you are very proper.
Speaker, I want to help you, whether you're on break or not, but it is a bit on Speaker, let the speaker say. Marishane re botse di ka le di ema di minaeng. Sepedi a se roane, ke loko ba re sepedi se roile mo. Ka tla o tsena sepedi ma. Speaker.
Cameraman, cameraman, can you help us with the plugs here? We can't charge our laptops. Please. The batteries are low on this row.
Just plug in.
Yeah, yeah.
No, showing the. Okay. Okay.
Councillors, can we get settled? I've been generous with the time. You have far exceeded the limits. Let's settle down, councillors. Councillors from all the venues. Let me check what's happening in other venues. Video feed, please. C12, thank you, I see you. CO5, I see you. Thank you, thank you. Training room, where are you? Training room. Councillors, let's settle down. We still have a long way to go. That's it. Training room, I see you. Training room, I see you. Councillors, can we settle down, shall we? Thank you very much. Councillors, before we broke for caucus, obviously, was it Councillor Matewe who? Oh yes, yes, Councillor. So please.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We went into our caucus pertaining this particular report 2. We still believe that the division of the House will be the better resolution for this particular report so that we can move forward. That is our position. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Katleho. Councillor, I think without further ado, let's do exactly that. I think I propose that we start from here, right? We'll start from here. Here we have 3 categories. The first one, we will start with those that are for the amendments, all right? And then the team will assist me here in this. Yes, sir. What is that, Councillor Ramawood?
On a point of information, I'm not directing you what to do, so I just want to understand what will happen with the ones in training rooms, and if you agree with me, I'm suggesting that you start with them.
Yeah. Actually, you interjected before I even put a full stop. I was still trying to explain. I will start here, right? There are 3 categories, okay? Just for guidance. And then I'll start here. We have other 3 additional venues. That is the training room, the CO5, and C12. So all what I've just told you will apply in all the venues. So we'll start right here. Is that okay, councillors? All right. So it's a very simple process. And if you don't understand please slip up your hand so that we can come in and assist. Is that proper, councillors? Right. Let's start here. We are in council chamber right here. Those who are for the amendment, please raise up your hands. Okay, it's the hands that are doing the talking, not our mouths. Let's talk through the hands.
Speaker. 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 Speaker, no, then they're gonna can't be. Speaker, I've got a point of order. Point of order, Speaker.
Those who are against, thank you, you can lower your hands. Those who are against, we are voting. Those who are, hey, Ramawood, please. No. What is that, Chief Whip?
Hey, these officials are good.
We are voting. There's no rule that says there's an order during vote.
No, Chief Whip, they have noticed them. Thank you. Yes, they have noticed two hands. Thank you. Trust me, we have the situation under control, Chief Whip. Thank you very much. Those that are against,
The workers of the municipality must see this. These are sellouts. These are sellouts. We are betraying the workers. We are betraying the workers. We are betraying the workers. Action SA is betraying the workers. And DA. Yeah, Action SA, DA. Shame on you. Shame on you. Those bodyguards that protect you, they are also covered by this agreement. Even your bodyguards. Yeah. The bodyguards that are protecting you, your drivers. We are saying they must not get salary increase. Sell out.
IFP and ACTP, Baruti, voting for workers not to get a salary increment. Baruti, the 10% will come to church. Baruti by ACTP. Bodyguard.
The bodyguards is out here.
Bodyguard, we betraying you.
Your bodyguards must see you. Huh? Yeah, your bodyguards, they must see you. They must not get salary increase. Put your hands down.
Down, come on, down. Isichangani vari manyumisa vatirhi va fanele va kuma increase va fanele va kuma increase vana right yo kuma increase a wu mi dyela tlhelo valungu
please switch off your mics, colleagues. Thank you. Now you can lower your hands. We have finished counting. We are now going to the third category, that is that of those who are abstaining. Councillor at the back, you can't raise your hand on all three categories.
Speaker, there is a member of the DA who wanted to abstain and was called into order by someone else. Beijing wants to abstain now. But one who's abstaining as Speaker, it's gently there at the back. He's from China. They are communist that side.
Thank you. Councillors, we are now done with this room. We are proceeding to the next venue, which is the training room. Can you bring on the training room? Can I have live feedback, please? Can you relax here? I want to focus on the training room now. Thank you. Training room, please come on. Training room, please. Feedback, video feedback. Thank you. We are successfully in the training room right now. Let's start with those who are for the amendments. With a show of hands, please. Those who are for. Training room, please give me feedback if you are done. Training room. Remain here and be calm. Training room, we just want to make sure. Those who are for, please raise up your hands. Training room, those who are for, please raise up your hands. Are you done with the counting? Those who are for the amendment, please raise up your hands. Training room. Are you done with the counting? Yes. Raise up your hands. Let them remain raised. Don't lower them down until they finish counting. Thank you. Are you done? Thank you. Thank you. Let's proceed. Training room. We are going now to those who are against. Those who are against training room, raise up your hands. Okay. If you are done with those that are against, let's move to the last category of those that are abstaining. Those that are abstaining, let's move to that now. Raise up your hands, those that are abstaining, training room. Give me a sign if you are done. I want to proceed to the next venue, please. Are we done? Okay, thank you. We are proceeding to the next venue, that is training. Yeah, boardroom CO5. Let's cross over to boardroom CO5. Thank you. Boardroom CO5, you're online. Those that are for, please raise up your hands. Boardroom CO5, those that are for. Thank you. Are you done? Those that are for, are you done?
Speaker, on a point of order.
C12 on a point of order. C12. Boardroom C12 on a point of order.
There are members of the EFF in boardroom CO5. Every one of them were accounted for in the council chambers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me just rule on that point of order. If anybody who is, councillors, can I chair, please? Let's just make sure that we are not crisscrossing venues. Let's just make sure CO5, those that are there are supposed to be there. Just make sure, officials. Just give me a sign. Is everybody who's there supposed to be there? Can I get an indication? You've been there the whole day. You know yourselves. Is that okay? Can we proceed? Let me get an indication. You're all quiet. CO5. Okay. Okay, thank you. Those that are abstaining. Those that are abstaining, CO5? No one. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I've done the against, isn't it? Did I do the against CO5? Against? Did you count for against CO5? Against? Let's just make sure. Those that are against CO5? Are we done? We're done. Thank you. So we have all the categories. Thank you. Abstaining. Abstaining, yes. None. It's done. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's now move on to the last venue, which is boardroom C12. Let's cross over to C12. C12, please come on board. Thank you, C12. Let's start with those that are for C12. Your hands raised, those that are for the motion, please. Sorry, the amendments. Lift up your hands. Those that are for, please raise up your hands. C12. For the amendments. No one. Those that are for the amendment, please lift up your hands. Let us see you. I'm scratch. Oh, there's no one. Okay. Thank you. Now, let's proceed to the second category. The second category is those that are against the amendment. Please lift up your hands. 16. Your hands remain raised until we finish. How many? 4, 0. Thank you. Can we move on to the next category? Those that are abstaining. Nobody. Nobody. There is nobody. Nobody. Let's get that count still. Thank you. It seems as though we are done with the voting. Now I will allow the officials to tally the votes and then come back to myself so that I can pronounce. Thank you. Point of order right at the back. No, yes, Councillor. Yourself. Yeah, no. Yes. No, you, yes. Stand up, you, yes, at the back. Yes, you. Thank you.
Speaker, thank you very much. I am not comfortable that this voting process was fair because councillors was moving around between the different venues, and I call for a division of the House where every councillor state their name as they vote.
Yeah. Speaker. Councillor Gordon, I just saw you in the other room and now you are taking a seat here. And we have video recordings we just saw you, Gordon, on the other side. Now you're taking a seat here.
Please, Speaker, there's no councillor named Gordon here. Please don't expose what you love after midnight. Please speak. There's no Gordon, Speaker. Don't expose what you drink to us. Don't expose what you drink, Speaker. There's no Gordons here. Is this one here in front who voted?
Yes, ek is nou lekker opgewek. Speaker. Kan ek praat? Speaker, I personally went to the door and I saw these gentlemen walking in. There were people standing outside also. This will not be a valid count.
Speaker, can we get the results then?
What an item of getting the results. Speaker, give us the results. Please, give us the results. Don't cook the numbers there. Don't cook. And that councillor at the back there, no one appointed you to be the security officer here.
She's the one who was moving around.
We are the one who was moving around. In fact, we are referring you. We are a fraudster, councillor. You are moving from this venue into the other two venues. You voted 3 times.
Was that Councillor Dutoy? Okay, I want to rule on your order. Okay, councillors, Councillor Ramawood, can I rule? According to the rules, I rule first. You can't raise another point of order. I want to rule on it. Okay? Councillor Gordon, so yes, I saw you there, but it's confirmed that when we were counting here, you were not here. So you were counted that side.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Ramawood, is it a point of order? Okay. Please. Councillor Ramawood.
Hello. Point of order. Thank you, Speaker. Caucus of the EFF. Caucus of the EFF, we are here. Speaker, I'm worried about people who wants to help you to run this house. You are very fit and you are capable to run this house. We are now asking for the results of the elections because no one must come here and behave as if it's an official. The work of observing who is where is the work of the officials. No one must come here and pretend as if it's an official. They are not even interested on supporting the salaries of the officials, but they want to behave like officials. Officials have told you that the chap was here.
Councillor Ramawood, a point of order. It's not for discussion. So you are now discussing a point of order. Please, I cut you right here. Councillors, I'm about to announce the results. The results are like this. Those that are for, can you listen, councillors? Those that are for 102, and those that are against 107. Those that abstain, 0. Therefore, the proposal falls flat. Councillors, can I chair this meeting, please? Don't become unnecessarily unruly. As recommended. Okay.
You must read this thing. The unfortunate part about this is that the workers are going to take.
Councillor Mabohan, please.
Okay. Yeah, no, thanks for noting me, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Who's keeping on switching on this thing? Okay. Honourable Speaker, to make sure that we set a good precedence, we are all aware that what is the sitting arrangement. EFF in the morning said all their councillors are going to sit in the council chamber. An understanding of everyone here is that all EFF councillors are in the council chamber. Having have said so, Speaker, for purposes of transparency, we need to ensure that when we vote, you are where you're supposed to be sitting in the meeting. And because, Honourable Speaker, we don't know for sure whether or not those councillors were double counted or not, we want the matter referred for investigation. Because in terms of our code of conduct, a councillor is always expected to perform his functions in good faith, honest and transparent manner. So we don't know for sure that those councillors cheated or not. So, Honourable Speaker, please, can this matter be referred for investigation so that we can get that report here? And it was also set a standard. Next time when we vote, Speaker, we must know who is voting where to avoid double counting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The matter is referred for investigation. That's my ruling. I have already given you the result of the vote.
Order. Point of order. I'm rising on.
Councillors, you are defying your own point of order. I give him a platform. No, you are saying no. I'm chairing this meeting. You are not the chair. I'm chairing on a point of order, Councillor. Thank you. I'm recognizing you as well.
Not recognize.
Speaker, on a point of order, I'm here. Yeah, Speaker, I'm rising on point 39. Let me stand up. Speaker, 39 prescribes the process of voting. Just go through it. It's only 3 subsections there. Therefore, there's no subsection 4 that is called Kateo Matere there. Therefore, she can't run the meeting. Before we voted, there was no any councillor who prescribed the 4th subsection there. Therefore, we can't be told by Kateo to tell you to refer the matter. Then let's go into the rules and see who refers the matter. It's not you, Speaker. Then let's go into the rules very quickly. Because these people of D8 are very desperate to tell you what to do. And I said it very patiently, Speaker. I'm very patient with you, whether they're screaming or whatever. They can tell you how to run the meeting. Therefore, let's see who refers the matters. Let's quickly go. I know you are Mpundi, so you can be patient with me. I'm just be patient with me, Speaker, on reference or matters that are referred. Speaker, if you want to, something that defeats what Councillor Mabohan wants to do, there's no committee for rules and ethics. As we speak, it has never been established. Therefore, where is she referring this to? She's very desperate to tell you that you don't know how to chair your meetings. Therefore, I told you, go with it. There will be teething challenges that you're going to face. We understand. We are patient with you. Therefore, the DA is not patient with you. They want to tell you, 10 here, go there, put up a speed. Therefore, don't do that. We are going to fight about it. You made a ruling. You know, this section of voting is very clear. Therefore, there's nowhere it says, after voting, you must revisit and speak about many things that are not here. Therefore, you've made your ruling, it's 102, 107. Therefore, let's get on with the business. Please.
Thank you very much, Councillor Malulek. Colleagues, I told you we need to work together here. And I think we need to have some semblance of order. And this is precisely the points of order are contained in our rules, okay? In our rules book, rules and order. And I think I want to rule for this point of order because it's correct. It's in line with our books, all right? I have just given you the result, and then we need to be guided by what we have before us in order for us to proceed. Now, Councillor, I think I've ruled on that. Now, I want to check with yourself. Do you still have your point of order, Councillor? Just to check with you. Is that fine? Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, I'm not going to repeat what Councillor Maluleka already alluded. Ne? Yeah, I'm not discussing, Speaker. Just be patient for me because I'm patient for you. Thank you very much. Speaker, you made a ruling earlier. You consulted, I don't know who you consulted with, but I believe you've got a capable brains there. And when they've indicated to you, that is why you make that ruling or nay, is confirmed or nay, that person was not here when you were voting. You made that ruling. There is no need for you to challenge your ruling based on what Councillor Mabohan is indicating now. We don't have a committee on record as we speak now. So where do you refer to? Thank you very much.
Councillors, Councillor Maluleka. Okay, Councillor Maluleka. Councillors, the amendment was not carried. Therefore, we go to our report as recommended. Thank you. We are now, thanks. Councillor Maluleka, I've taken back my space. I've now disposed of item number 3. So I'm proceeding to item number 4. What is that now? What is that? What is that? Point of information.
Speaker, we respect you. We put up our hand. We want you to not ask because we don't want to interject. Wait, Speaker, we have a responsibility to not ask when we raise our hands when we want to speak. But you don't note us. You wait for us to scream and call you out before you can note us. You must not do that, Speaker. We are trying to respect you. We understand it's your first meeting that we are fully chairing today. We are raising our hands nicely. We are not noting us. Speaker, my point of information, I want clarity from you. When you allowed Councillor Mabohan to refer the council of the EFF to some committee, some imaginary committee that is not here, I wish to know, Speaker, maybe I was not here or something, I don't know. When did you establish committees that the Councillor Mabohan is referring a councillor to? When was that committee established?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm cutting you short. This is not for discussion. I have ruled on that. He rose on a point of order, and everything that was said before what Councillor Maluleka said fell off. So we are proceeding. So no worries. So let's proceed to item number 4. Can we have order now, councillors? Item number 4, that is reference number 555.
Speaker, we dealt with the amendment. I'm not sure if we approved the report.
Speaker.
Point of information.
Speaker, Matele ufila hore a o tsene mo ditlhagong tsa epi. Matele wa tlo thusa speaker. Matele wa tlo thusa o sa le pele ba motho.
Speaker, we have disposed of item number 3. We are proceeding to item number 4, councillors. Okay? So listen so that I don't lose you and you don't lose me. Reference number 55665/1. City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department. Public participation report on the annual report for the financial year 2019-20, financial year developed in accordance with section 127, subsection 5A of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act B56 of 2003 MFMA. The item is covered in pages 341 to 716 with recommendations covered in page 118. I have a lineup of speakers on this item. And the first speaker is Councillor D. Ferguson. 3 minutes, Councillor D. Ferguson.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I just want to raise a proposal that the recommendations be amended, that the report be referred to MPAC. Councillor Gatvisser is going to second my proposal, and he has the written proposal with him. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Ferguson. Let's await the submission of the signed amendments before we can proceed. I still have additional speakers. As you know the drill, we have to treat that proposal first. Point of order? Thank you.
Speaker, we first need to address the debate and finalise the debate before we can bring amendments to the recommendations.
Thank you very much, councillors. On your point of order, councillor, I refer you to section 24. We have an amendment, and according to section 24, we need to dispose of this amendment. This is what the rule book is saying. So we cannot just proceed before we dispose of this amendment. Thank you. So let's have the amendment first. The other speakers should wait. This is according to the rules and orders. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Chair, if you look,
Sorry, Councillor Malek, information, yes.
If you look at the agenda, we have many of Section 71 and 72 reports. Now, these are finance-related reports. Then most of them are going to be referred to MPEC. Then I think you need to take a decision that if a member in one of the two or the three houses where these houses are sanctioned to be council chambers can make an amendment of referring the matter to MPEC for further scrutiny, we should accept it and move on. Because otherwise, if you want it in writing, we're going to take more time. If it can come at a later stage, you can read it. You can park and read and we continue.
Thank you very much for the point of information. I think it takes the House forward. Let's
I sorted Gunga, man. Road leader, thank you.
Councillors, just listen to this. Because you see, according to the rules and orders, when I receive an amendment, I need to entertain it before I move on to the next speakers. But if we really, because it's up to you, if you really want us to move forward, if you have an amendment, would you hold it to the last so that the speakers speak and then the amendments can come last so that we can move? Because we'll keep on stopping all the time. Because if I have to move by the rules, I'll have to dispose of that amendment first, okay, before I take on the next speaker. And that will be the order according to the rules and orders. So it's up to you, because then it means I'll be ruling against your own rules and orders, and I will be setting a very wrong precedence. So let's just follow the rules and orders so that we don't keep on amending what is, because you rise up all the time, point of information, point of order. Some of them, I must tell you, they are not really qualifying. I have a definition here, but you will see as we proceed. Can we now follow the rules to the latter and make sure that we don't deviate? Otherwise, we'll cause problems that we may not deal with in the future. Is that in order? Thank you very much. I have now the written amendment. It reads, Council Meeting 27/1/2022, prepared, proposed, the handwritings are proposed to amend recommendation on item 4, reference 55665/1. Recommend this report be referred to MPEC for further scrutiny, proposed by Councillor D. Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Gert Visser. That's the proposal. Councillors? As amended. Thank you. Then let's move on. Let's move on to the next speaker in the list, and that will be Councillor Mukhale. 3 minutes, Councillor Mukhale. Councillor Mukhale, are you here? 3 minutes. Is it you, Councillor? Okay, thank you. 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, the Speaker. It's very interesting to note that the period under review in that particular report covers the duration of the period when the administrators were in charge of the city. And we might remember that when the administrators were appointed by the MEC of local government, we were told that they are here to ensure that the city is able to fix certain areas which were problematic according to the NEC. However, it's quite disappointing to note that in this report here, the very same problems which were identified before the administrators took over the city are still reflected even after they had left. There's still issues of poor performance, low collection of revenue, and other such problems. We haven't received any report, Speaker, with regards to the spending that took place during that period on the COVID-19 procurement, the procurement of your face mask and other such items. We know that the SIU was busy with investigations with regards to that. However, we have not received anything as council in terms of how or what happened. There were serious allegations during that time which should be investigated, and we must be informed as to what has happened. The report highlights that there are consistent failures by certain departments like your human settlements, social development, utility service, and road and transport. And APC, the Audit Performance Committee, raises concerns that the city does not have capacity to address the poor performance by some of these departments. So how do we deal with some of those issues, Speaker? Perhaps the executive mayor can respond to some of these issues. There's a deterioration, Speaker, in terms of the state of cleanliness of the city, which is also reflected in the report, which we can see that is still continuing even now. Our city is very dirty. During the time of the administrators, there was no change. In fact, the parliamentary team that came here to do oversight during that time, they were disappointed by the state and condition of the city. It's still in the same condition even now. That is my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I think the last speaker on the line is Councillor Middlebeck. Councillor Middlebeck, 3 minutes.
Can you hear me now? Yes. There we are. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, we have formed a minority party caucus to assist each other to go through the agenda. Unlike the large parties, we don't have the support mechanisms and structures in place or the cooperation other than our own resources. Now, what we have found is that in the last 3 days, some 5,000 pages of agenda has been dropped on us. No reasonable human being can read 5,000 pages in 3 days, acquaint himself with it, and make intelligent decisions about the matters raised therein. We have therefore resolved as a minority party caucus that we will vote as a block against every item that we are unable to read and assimilate in order to make decisions about those items if they are given to us under circumstances such as we have experienced in the last 3 days. It is a duty of every councillor to acquaint himself of every item. I don't know how other councillors get through 5,000 pages, and I am not a slow reader. It is absolutely impossible to get through everything. This item and the next item is unfortunately one of those items that we have agreed to move sideways in favor of other items that we have identified as more urgent or more worthy of our attention or more relevant for the purposes of this meeting. And we will be voting against this item, not because of what is in it, not because of what is not in it, but simply because they've been presented by your office and by the mayor's office at a point where we simply could not get through everything. And this is going to be, it's a decision that we have taken as a minority party caucus. This will be our position from now onwards. We will work to get through every agenda item. But this also requires that from your office and from the mayor's office, these items must reach us timeously so that we can actually do and dispose of our functions as councillors. I will therefore ask that you note my vote against this item, as well as the reasons that I have given here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I think we have overwhelmingly agreed that this matter should be referred to MPEC for further treatment. As amended? Thank you. Let's now proceed to item number 5, reference number 40605/1. City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department, Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act, MFMA, Section 52, Quarter 1 Performance Report on the implementation of the Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan, SDP, and the Integrated Development Plan, IDP. The report is contained from page 717 to 1005, with recommendations covered on page 734. We only have 2 speakers lined up for this item. I will, Councillor Middleburg, I think you have preempted in your previous address. Do you want to reiterate yourself, or you want the position or the status quo to remain? Councillor Middleburg, 3 minutes to do that.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the floor back to you. I've made the statement. It also applies to this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Middleburg. Councillor Ramawood, you are next.
Wave what? I'm here to work, wave. Speaker and fellow councillors, greetings. We are presented before this House with a crucial report on Quarter 1 performance of the implementation of Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan and IDP of the 221 targets. The city committed to deliver on 86 targets during the first quarter of the financial year. However, only 86 targets were recorded, with only 38 achieved. 34 targets not achieved and 16 targets not achieved. This is an indication of bad things to come for the residents of City of Tshwane, Mr. Mayor. It's a signal. It signals those services will not be delivered. On the report, it indicated 2 KPI could not be assessed due to the non-reporting by the Roads and Transport Department. This indicates a lack of consequences management. It cannot be left unattended that we can have a department not reporting. This is an act of smell of insubordination and officials who are a law unto themselves. The South African expanded unemployment rate of the quarter 3 of the 2021 is sitting on 46.6%. Yet we are faced with an inability of capability for the workforce by filling target vacant positions. As such, it has implemented negatively on the performance of the City of Tshwane. Daily motorists of Tshwane are subjected to many potholes of the roads, and the city continues on insufficient budget allocation for the road of reshuffling and reselling, leading to the continuous potholes, complaints, and backlog. Mr. Executive Mayor Randall, our people in Ward 55, Zamazama, are faced with a water challenge because of the mobile water tank supplying Zamazamas in Region 3 were redirected to Malusi 3. We are calling for the provision of the mobile water tank to both communities with immediate effect. People cannot continue to complain of having no access to water on this day of age. The EFF therefore calls for the administration to wake up, embark on a course to revive good governance and service delivery for the residents of Tshwane. Thank you.
As recommended. We are moving on to item number 6, which is reference number 47680/1. Group Financial Services Department, Supply Chain Management. Irregular expenditure for the first quarter of 2021-22 financial year. The report is on pages 1006 to 1010. The recommendations are on the same page, 1010. We don't have any speakers on this item as recommended. Item number 7, reference number 65976/1, Group Financial Services Department, Supply Chain Management. Supply Chain Management Performance Report for the first quarter of 2021-22 financial year. The report spans from 1011 to 1063, and the recommendations are on 734. We have 3 speakers here. Let's start with Councillor Ferguson. 1.5 minutes, Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point out that the recommendations are actually on page 1063. I would also like to move that the recommendations be amended with the addition of a recommendation to refer this report to MPAC. I'm proposing Councillor Gert Visser in the chamber will be seconding, and he has the floor. Thank you, Chair.
Councillors, can I just wait for those amendments, or you are comfortable for us to treat this report whilst the amendments are en route to myself? Okay. Is that fine, councillors? So there you go, there's the amendments. Are you in support of the amendment, councillors? As amended? Thank you. Let's move on to item number 8, reference number 11888/1, Group Financial Services Department, Municipal. Just for the purposes of recording, let me just read it out just for the purposes of recording. So, Council Meeting 27/01/2022, proposal to amend recommendations on item 7 on the council agenda, reference number 65976/1. We propose adding an additional recommendation to the recommendations on page 1063, namely this report be referred to MPAC for further scrutiny, proposed by Councillor David Ferguson, signed, seconded by Councillor Gert Visser, signed. As amended. Thank you. We have other speakers, I think 2 more speakers. Councillor Pascu. Did I pronounce your surname well?
Speaker, you were very close. So I accept the fact that you couldn't pronounce it correctly. It's Pasco. Speaker, when Councillor Ferguson or Farquharson has just brought it to our attention that there is an administrative mistake in the sense of the recommendations being on page 1063 and not on page 734. However, this could be seen as a trivial problem. Our problem is that our administration, and when we look at Thank you, Chair. When we look at our administration and some of the documentation we received today, the standard of it is not up to scratch. If we really want to be the excellent capital of South Africa, we have to brush up on our administration. This might be trivial, but in future it could have dire straits. I would suggest that and due to the fact that we were 87 days without just give me a second, I just want to get that. Without oversight, we can expect or understand that we never had our oversight. But this is a typical explanation why oversight from this council is very, very needed. Because if we have the quality of reports the way it is, with oversight, it would be a great difference. So I just want to say, Speaker, please let us focus on how we can change and how we can better our administration in this city. I do thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pascu. Did I get it right? Just a little bit. All right. The next councillor is Councillor Msongo from EFF. You have 3 minutes, Councillor Msongo.
Thanks, Speaker. Greetings, councillors and Speaker. I want to put it clear, Speaker, that the EFF is against a tenderpreneur system. In our funding manifesto, Cardinal Pillar number 3, we state clearly that building state and government capacity, which will lead to abolishment of tenders. It is an open secret that tenders are awarded to the few that have political connections. Even on the report, Speaker, the biasness of allocation of tenders is evident. People with disabilities, the youth and women are hardly awarded these tenders. The use of Circular 62 is meant to manipulate the process, and when there's further scrutiny of the report, it usually leads to the realization that the company awarded the tender becomes the most expensive one. We are going to ensure that there's no corruption in supply chain since we're here. Speaker, there's already been a recommendation to add that the previous councillor has added that they're referring this report to the MPEC. So we also wanted to refer to MPEC, but it's already been done. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Msongo. As amended, thank you. Oh, there was an additional speaker, Councillor Mabohan. 1.5 minutes, Councillor Mabohan. What's amended? No, it's not there. Thank you. All right. Just for the purpose of record, as amended. Thank you. Item number 8, reference number 1188/1. Group Financial Services Department, Municipal Finance Management Act, in-year financial report, monthly and first quarter budget statement for the period ending 30th September 2021. The report is found on pages 1064 to 1106 with recommendations on 1069. I have received just one speaker. Just for the purpose of record, Councillor Middlebeck. 3 minutes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I think that I changed that and it wasn't changed on your list. I yield the floor back to you.
As recommended? Thank you. Let's move on to item number 9, which is reference number 88147-1. It's from Group Financial Services Department, Supply Chain Management. Tender deviation report for the month of October 2021 of the financial year 2021-2022. The report is on pages 1107 to 1113 and recommendations on the same page 1113. I also have just one speaker, and that will be Councillor Disolwane from EFF. 3 minutes, Councillor Disolwane.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Ke a leboga mospikara wa rena ke tla rata ke laetse gore speaker re le ba EFF re bontšitše gore ge e le taba ye ya ditendara ya tshwenya ke ka mo re a re kopaneng ka moka re bontšhane re build the state capacity e le ge re lemoga gore tsela e e berekišwang gona mo dimasepaleng tša rena go ka lebelela mo speakera batho ba le bantši ba rata tsela ya ditendara ene ke yone e dirang gore bana ba borena ba se ka kry-a mesebetsi ba se ka kry-a ditšhatse di ba tshwanetseng ene ditendara tše dintši ga di diragatse ka mokgwa go tshwanetseng go ya le ka mokgwa mmasepala o di appointileng ka gona ge ba fitlha speakera ba ya kwa pele kwele ba re ge ba palela ke go feta mesebetsi ba nyaka di-deviation ke ka mo e le gore ne re re speakera wa ka re ripote ka mokgwa e leng ka gona ga e a felela and ka mokgwa e seng ya felela ka gona report e speakera re tlo kopa gore re ise ko section 7 committee ko MPEC ba ba lebeleditše ka botlalo gobane go na le tse ka ditšhupetšo le malebiša le dipalopalo tše le gore na di kopane ga botlhe re tla kgopela gore ba MPEC ba e lebeleditše ke a leboga speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Disolwane. Can we have that written submission? Signed written submission? Oh, okay. Yeah, put it on record because I'm just imagining whether others might have comprehended your proposed amendment. So just for record there, Councillor Disolwane. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Proposed by myself, KB Disolwane, and seconded by SN Sanya. Thank you very much. It's also signed, yeah? Thank you.
As amended. Okay. Thank you very much. I've received the proposed amendment, which reads thus as follows. Item 9, reference number 88147-1, Group Financial Services Department, Supply Chain Management, Tender Deviation Report for the month of October 2021 of 2021/22 financial year from the Executive Committee 6 December 2021 and the Mayoral Committee 12 January 2022. Pages 1107 to 1113 with recommendations on 1113. Executive Mayor, the EFF has made its position clear that we are for building state and government capacity in order to abolish the tender system. However, we find ourselves having to do oversight on the work done by a city that prefers the tender system. We have observed that when friends of the politically connected must get tenders, you always go for tender deviations. The report presented here before us does not indicate the number of people that were accommodated. Furthermore, you want this council to ratify this spending while you have given us an incomplete report. As such, We would like to add recommendation number to the report to read as follows. Number 3, that the report be referred to Section 79 Standing Committee of Municipal Public Accounts for further scrutiny. It's proposed by Councillor KB Disolwani, signed, seconded by Councillor SN Sianejo. As amended? Yes? Thank you.
Chair.
Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, maybe just to, on that, we're very happy for it to go to impact. We welcome the oversight over the reports, and indeed, we are in a system that gets prescribed by us by legislation on how supply chain must operate. But a lot of oversight is needed. It's one of the, local government is the most legislated sphere of government of all, and it's the sphere where we have the most corruption in. So that's welcome, Chair. And then just to say in this report, there's deviation. Deviations is something we need to get away from. We can't accept this. In this specific case on this deviation was a court ruling where we had to act in terms of court order. And that's what happened in this case. And it's something that will be challenged in the future as well, that a court instructed us to do certain actions. But just to explain why this deviation was. But the point is taken. I think quite a few comments have been made today that are very valid about the timeous submission of reports as well as the quality of the reports. So that will be taken, and deviations is something that we will seriously address. It's not something that we want to go by. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, MMC. Councillors, we are proceeding. We are now going to part 2 of your agenda, and these are matters from the Mayoral Committee meeting of the 19th of Jan 2022. Item number 10, reference number 67544/1. City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department, handover report for the newly elected council for the City of Tshwane in terms of Section 3.2 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, MFMA Circular 108. The report is contained from page 5 to page 2421, with recommendations on page 63. Honorable councillors, please note that although the annexures related to this report were loaded on SharePoint, the City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department placed the annexures on a USB. I'm trying to locate my USB here. So they placed the said annexures on a USB device, which was handed to yourselves before the meeting. It's something like this. Do you all have this? You have it. So if you all have it, I'm happy. Now, I only have just one speaker on this item, and that will be Councillor Monchusi from EFF. 3 minutes, Councillor Monchusi.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on behalf of the EFF, we welcome this report that is handed over to this newly elected council. In order for us to give feedback on the work done for the past 5 years, preventions of illegal land invasion budgeted 30.4 million is an insult to our landless people. You claim that the liquidity of status of the city is poor. Yet those millions must be spent to frustrate people with no roof over their heads. The number of households still using pit toilets and having no toilets at all indicates huge task of this council. It's about time that we invest fully on bulk infrastructure to ensure that there is basic services for our people that restores their dignity. Over 23,000 households with no refuse removal services indicates that our people are surrounded by garbage in the informal settlement. We hope in this term that the administration will bring services in all informal settlements. I thank you.
Councillor, as recommended. Thank you. We are moving on to item 11, reference number 16312/1, City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department. Tabling the explanations of the impending non-compliance with the requirements for the submission and tabling of the 2020/21 annual report in January 2022, in line with section 127, subsection 2 of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act number 56 of 2003, MFMA. The report is on pages 2422 to 2429, with recommendations captured on 2426. As recommended? Thank you. Let's move on to item number 12, reference number 00981/1, City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department, Municipal Finance Management Act, Section 52, Media Performance Report on the implementation of the Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan and the Integrated Development Plan. The report is on 2430 to 2709, with recommendations captured on page 2443. I only have two speakers here. Let me start with Councillor Middlebeck. 3 minutes, please, Councillor Middlebeck.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. As with the other items, this one we indicated late in the preparations process is one that we targeted for discussion today. After having had an opportunity last night going carefully through this item, I thought better to concentrate my efforts on the next item, which is item 15. So I will also not be speaking on item 13, which is there with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Middlebeck. I'll move on to the next speaker, which is Councillor Msongo from EFF. 3 minutes, Councillor Msongo.
Thank you, Speaker. Before us is a report that tracks the media performance on the implementation of Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan, as well as the ITP. Safe to say that the report is a clear indication of the poor service delivery, weak governance, and inefficiency that the people of Tshwane have been subjected to under this multi-party government. The city committed to deliver on 104 targets over the mid-year period of the financial year. However, a total of 45 targets were achieved and 47 targets not achieved. The inability of the city to replace the aging infrastructure is contributing to water losses in the city. In the report, you acknowledge that there is an urgent need to implement measures that will improve target achievement. The set targets for each department must be met in order to deliver services to the residents of the city. Mayor, we call upon you to visit our townships and see how dirty they are. Please stop cutting grass only in Centurion. Come to Pretoria West, Soshanguve, Mamelodi, and Amanskral to do the real work. Clear all the illegal dumping sites in our townships and place communal bins also in the informal settlements. Thank you.
As recommended? Oh, Executive Mayor?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this ties in with what we've discussed earlier about the liquidity of the city and concerning the paying of wages going forward, but it also impacts on our capital projects. Earlier, the MMC for Human Resources, Shared Services, indicated that there's ongoing consequences because of what happened when we were placed under administration. Now, the ongoing consequences, not only what the administrators did for the 8 months they were in office, but subsequently what happened because of their actions. Because of their actions, we were downgraded 5 notches by Moody's. So currently the city stands deep in junk status. So what does that mean? That means that over the last 20 years that this municipality has been in existence as Tshwane, we've never ever had our own money to invest in infrastructure. So on a yearly basis for the last 20 years, what we have done, we regularly
On a point of order, Councillor Mabohan.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, misinformation is not allowed. Remember, council is on record. So I can't come here and say this person called X killed Y if there was no death. The city was established in the year 2000. There's infrastructure all over that we invested in. One of it is here where we are sitting right now. This is a capital project that was done during when the city was established, and it was completed in 2016 by an NC government.
Sorry, Councillor Mabohan. I want to. Can I chair this meeting, councillors? According to the definition of the point of order, you need to be pointing on the deviation from pointing out on anything contrary to this. That is the. I'm chairing. I'm guiding you as well. You are protected. I'm patient. I'm saying according to this. I'm not making it up in my own head. It says point of order means a pointing out of a deviation from or a pointing out of anything contrary to these rules and orders or bylaws of the city of Tshwane or any law. So is that your point of order, Councillor Mabohan? In line with this division that is here? I can tell you it is not. So therefore, your point of order is not sustained. I just read, councillors, to yourself, what is a point of order. That is not a point of order, and therefore it's not sustained. Yes, Executive Mayor.
It must be spoken. The truth must be spoken. I can't come here in a meeting and say an NC government for 20 years or for whatever time that we established from an apartheid Pretoria Council to a city of Tshwane. I can't come here and say that there were no capital projects and the city was deep in a problem. The city of Tshwane only went to junk status in the last few years that we have been having a dear government. The AG report of this country says that there was a surplus and then there was no junk status. So today we can come that for the past 20 years, this was done. It's a narrative you have requested.
Councillor Mabohan, a point of order again. Councillor Mabohan, can you allow me to chair? I'm saying a point of order is not a speech. You have even exceeded a minute in trying to make a point of order. That confirms it's not a point of order. Can you please sit down, Councillor Mabohan? Thank you. Councillor Mabohan, a point of order is not a discussion, it's not a speech. Thank you very much, Councillor Mabohan. So, okay, Councillor, sorry. Councillor Mabohan, Your point of order. Thank you very much. Executive Mayor, may you proceed. Can you be orderly? Can you be orderly, Councillor? Executive Mayor protected.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you. So, Speaker, what the city had to do to fund its capital program, every year it brings a report to council to get approval for a long-term loan. We've done that for many years. Now, because we were downgraded into junk status, and especially because of what happened under the administrators for 8 months, the banks have now refused to extend such long-term loans to us. With the result, we have started the capital projects on the 1st of July. We've incurred commitments, so we are obliged to pay the service providers. So what we have done in the meanwhile, we've paid them out of our liquidity, out of our current liquidity. But it's not sustainable. And because of that, it impacts on this mid-year report. We had to start stopping capital projects because the money is not there. So we've continued the practice that has been started a long time ago.
I want to read this. It's called a document I have, a book. It's called Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act and Regulations. I'm reading the Act on page 167, Section 5. I'm going to read. It's information that we must give here. A councillor, an official of a municipality or municipal entity, a member of the board of directors, because amendment of section of the Companies Act 2008 says that a councillor is a director or a board of director according to this act. I'm just giving information for free. Municipal entity or any other person is guilty of an offense if that person deliberately or in a grossly negligent way provide false or misleading information for the purpose of any document which must be in terms of the requirement of this act. So if you come to a meeting, this governs local government in our country. If you come in a meeting like this, in a setup, and provide false information, you are guilty of an offense. So tomorrow, any person, this is on record, there's media, this is recorded. If you lie, people can go to a police station, they say, they take record of this minutes of this meeting, and say you extorted information. Information was misleading and false. You asked you speaker earlier, a gentleman that you withdraw a 4 billion, that is a pie in the sky, it's a lie. This act of this country doesn't allow that. I can't come here in this meeting and say Makwarela has done something he did not do. I can't falsely say that we have killed or raped a person. God forbid, I know you're a good prophet, you don't do those things. But I can't come here on record and lie about you. It's not allowed to come in this meeting and lie about things that don't exist.
Councillor Maipa, yes, thank you very much. So your information is... We take note of what you have extracted from the Act. Executive Mayor, may you proceed? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. As I was said, it's been the practice of this council for a very long time to bring a report for the approval of a long-term loan. And for a number of years, we've been applying for a loan of 1.5 billion rands. The reason why that councillor doesn't know, because he barely attends council. So, going forward, Speaker, We believe, as this executive, before Speaker, we believe as this executive, we need to live within our means.
On a point of order, Councillor Marishani, on a point of order. Thank you.
Okay, one of our greatest thinkers, one of the intelligentsia of this continent, Amilcar Cabral, says, tell no lies, claim no easy victories, expose lies when they are told. You must now and immediately, effectively, produce a document of meetings that were not attended by myself. Now, immediately. Now, if it's not produced, we must never raise that. Order on you, Speaker, because this was raised and corrected earlier. You perpetually agree to a narrative that is false. If you cannot provide evidence, then the evidence falls, like you always say. Now, I'm saying, if we don't have a meeting that was missed, then therefore where, and you can't say I don't have knowledge. The gentleman in there becomes very emotional without competently qualified facts every time he speaks. You can't say the gentleman there who has falsely misrepresented his own qualifications. I'm saying it on record now, myself. He must challenge me now. I will present my qualifications. He must present his now. Now.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Councillor Maepa. I have ruled on the point of order earlier, and I think I need to repeat myself. I say this is the new term. I was not here. I don't know whether Councillor Maepa was here or not. So, can I rule? I want to rule. Now you are shouting. I want to rule. Can I rule? Executive Mayor. Councillor, thank you very much for being orderly. Executive Mayor, I have ruled earlier, and I said, I, together with, I think, many councillors that are here, we don't have those facts. We were not here. We were not part of the previous term. For the purposes of this present August gathering, can you... No, I know that. Listen, no, I didn't give you space to speak. I'm chairing. So I'm saying I don't have those facts regardless. Regardless, I do not have facts and I can read and write. Until I have those facts, then I'll be persuaded. So, Executive Mayor, for the purposes of your presentation and with what the... Let's go back to the rules. Let's go back to the rules. What is a point of order again? I will do it again and again and again. I'm doing it again. Point of order means, can I read now? To all of you, including EM. If you listen to me, the EM will do the same. Point of order means a pointing out of a deviation from. That's very important. Now you won't learn this because you're not listening. Be a good listener, you will become very efficient. Point of order means a pointing out of a deviation from. We need to point at the source. If you miss the source, then you are not pointing at any order. You are the one who's disordered. So I'm saying, can I read this? Can I read this book? You don't like this book anymore. Can I demand your attention, please? Unfortunately, I cannot read elsewhere other than from the book. The EM is quiet, he's listening to me reading out the point of order to him as well. Point of order means a pointing out of a deviation from or a pointing out of anything contrary to this book and nothing. It says or bylaws of the city of Tshwane or any law. So, Councillor Mike, you did very well. You pointed at a law because that was a law, isn't it? I'm cheering, and I'm happy that you are becoming excited because you were preventing me from reading from this book. Now I'm trying to rule in assisting the point of order. I didn't say, can I finish? I didn't say you were wrong. I'm saying according to this, what you did was not at variance with this book because it says or any law. So, and you took time to take the act, all right? You took time to do that, you read. So your point of order was correct. So I want to suggest to the EM here that can I rule on this point of order, colleagues? Executive Mayor, we are not going to engage on a ping pong here. We are going to move forward. Please, Executive Mayor, may you please, in terms of what you were alleging with regard to Councillor Mabohan being here or not, can you please, for the sake of us moving forward, I don't have the facts before myself. And in order for me to rule judiciously, may I request that you withdraw that and you proceed with your speech. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. No more ping pong.
No more ping pong. No more ping pong. Ping pong?
Speaker, first of all, I would like to appear before the Rules and Ethics Committee. I will appear there with the attendance register, not only for council, but all the committee meetings that the councillor was absent from. So I want to appear before Rules and Ethics. Thank you very much.
Order. Thank you very much, EM. I think now we need to proceed. I want to proceed. I want to rule. I want to rule. Can I proceed? Thank you. Thank you. Can I therefore rule that with regard to that point of order and the information you just gave me, will you present yourself to that committee with all those facts? I have ruled, EM, I have ruled you will present yourself in order to test what you have said in this house before that committee, and we shall proceed from there. Thank you very much, EM.
Speaker, no. Order, Speaker, no. Speaker, you made a ruling that somebody must withdraw not just false information, but false information about the city. That was more important. I was not just rising on this little issue that is raising of meetings. I comprehend those meetings, and then I understand there was 2 meetings of committees, not of council. He must show me where I missed council. He said I missed council meetings. He didn't say I missed committee meetings. He tried it on television during debate when the DA dropped down to a low percentage. He couldn't answer that. The whole country was saying, the man is speaking about things that you do wrong, you're telling me about a committee meeting. I am saying here right now, factually, there are no, you have made a ruling as a speaker. The ruling must be respected. Now you are saying to me as a speaker, when you rule that one of the members here must withdraw, now that member tells you, no, speaker, I'm going to tell you what to do. Councillor Mabohan warned you that you must not allow the mayor to control you. I'm warning you again. This ANC here, that the mayor looks down on and a gentleman who tried to look down on, is not stupid. What we are going to do, when you make rulings, we won't abide because we will say to you, your mayor controls you and he makes inconsistent decisions.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Mabohan. I've heard you. It's not a discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Matt. I've ruled, thank you. I have ruled, and there's also subsequent to my ruling, I said, executive mayor should appear before the committee. So there are two things here. The first one I ruled, I don't know if you want me to repeat my ruling. Do you want me to repeat? The ruling, I said he should withdraw. I ruled on that. But then he also sponsored that he also needs to present himself before the standing committee. Just repeat that committee, that standing committee again, for the purpose of record. Rules and ethics. So that is the committee, the standing committee on rules and ethics. Thank you very much. Shall we? Point of order right there.
Speaker, thank you very much. It appears like you are saying this House must not be in a position to comply with the decorum, this sitting. And I think you are degenerating by allowing the executive mayor to always behave like a child. Every time when you give ruling, Speaker, it means he's not going to respect it. Can you kindly ask him to withdraw? If he's not withdrawing, it means also as councillors, because we are not visitors here, we are also elected. It means we are not going to comply with your orders as well. And at the end of the day, this House will collapse. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues. This is exactly how one rises up on a point of order. That's precise, not a discussion. Now, Executive Mayor, help me here. I've made two rulings. Councillors, Executive Mayor, I've made two rulings. Can you assist me in implementing those? Thank you very much. The first one was that of I wrote. Thank you. So, Executive Mayor, thank you very much. I've made a ruling. I've referred you to the rules and orders. Finish and plan. Let's proceed.
Speaker, on a point of order, Speaker, on a point of order, you did not address my order. On a point of order, Speaker. Speaker, you are empowered by these rules. You are the Speaker there. Please don't show us your weaknesses. All councillors here, seated here, including yourself, we must abide by these rules. If you then say that gentleman who was emotional earlier on behaving like a child on you, addressing you like a farm boy, you are then saying tomorrow I should stand up as an elected leader and do the same. And you will be unable to control this House. If we are going to degenerate Speaker at your behest, just say do so. Because you are failing to control this House. I have been sitting here the whole day. And I can see, Speaker, you are degenerating. Please, that man must withdraw. We have got rules here. Which committee are you talking about? Because we have not yet gone there. You are bolting. You are drinking water before the river. That's.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillors, just to jog your memory, so that you don't contradict yourselves. We have referred previous matters, I think we referred them to MPEC. Now you are changing again. You are asking, now you were saying yes. Now when we say to rules and ethics, you say it doesn't exist. Don't confuse us, councillors. Executive mayor, for your information, my ruling is to assist compliance and non-compliance with the rules. If he doesn't want to withdraw, I said he must, but I ruled if he doesn't, listen, if he doesn't, he has the right. No, I'm saying if I rule and you don't comply with my ruling, I can refer you so that you can be processed further. Councillor Matera, thank you. Councillor Matera. Again, Speaker, on a point of order. Aye. Councillor Matera, please.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Speaker, I want to question you on a point of information. Councillor Mabohan misled you very nicely when I referred one of the councillors. Councillor, Honorable Speaker, I'm raising on a point of information and I'm still speaking. So can I proceed? I'm saying, Councillor, be careful. You have been intentionally being misled. Earlier on, when I referred an EFF councillor to rules and ethics, you were misled by Councillor Maluleka there. And you said you are ruling against the referral. I'm not sure if I heard you well. And we've been referring things to NPEC. And now the mayor is saying he's willing to go and appear before the committee. Now suddenly, Rules and Ethics Committee is not there, whereas we've been referring items to MPEC. So you are intentionally being misled, Honorable Speaker. So I just want to caution you, be careful, you are being misled, Speaker. So let's be consistent. If we know that there are certain committees that would be reconstituted, and there is nothing wrong, we are going concern here. This is an institution, and we know that we must have oversight committees. So, Honorable Speaker, don't allow yourself to be misled, especially by Councillor Maluleka there. He misled you earlier on a matter that I referred. Thank you. Speaker.
Councillor Maluleka. Order, please. Councillor Maluleka. Speaker. Speaker. Yes, Speaker. That was myself. Councillor Maluleka, please, I recognized you first.
Me also.
Yeah, then Speaker.
Speaker, can you recognize
Speaker.
me also?
We are very glad that you were appointed and Councillor Mateba was not appointed. Therefore, if you were to, let me make a classical example. Then, in terms of the interpretation of laws and statutes, according to Councillor Mateba, you establish, you don't have committees, right? And you assume that you are going to establish committees. I don't know when. Right? No, but I'm still talking. You said I must keep quiet. I don't know why she behaves like this. Okay. Now, the appointment of that committee is not going to rule retrospectively. It won't go back. It wouldn't do that. Therefore, you want to establish committees on matters that you are assuming that those committees will be there. Therefore, Councillor Mateba wants you to squarely fall on the trap. Therefore, somebody can say, I don't appear in a committee that was established later in the date, and the matter was referred today. Therefore, the technical aspects of those matters, man. Then why can't you be impatient? Why are you impatient? And that point of view, Mr. Speaker. Speaker. Now, thank you. A point of order is not a discussion, okay? Don't misuse that part. Point of order right there. It's not done. Speaker. I was not done. She interrogated. You allowed Councillor Mateba to interject. Councillor Maluleka, I said you can't exceed a minute trying to raise a point of order. Okay, go ahead. Finish. I've noted you, please. Yes, Councillor. Chair, I said you have the discretion to decide on these matters. Therefore, I didn't say decide anyhow. Therefore,
if Councillor Matebo wants to speak this way, we are highly capable to disrupt her and her colleagues if they speak. But she can't undermine me in your presence and you think it's okay. It's not okay. I'm saying you should decide how we navigate with these matters, because you want us to assume that there will be committees when they're not, when we don't have these committees. Therefore, you can investigate if mayor was wrong or not wrong. You are the presiding officer. You can do that. You can do things that Matebe failed to do, and you can report back to council.
Thank you very much, councillors. Councillors, just pause, so that we don't go all over the show. As a matter of fact, we still do not have Section 79 committees. We don't. It's a matter of fact, and let's agree here. Just a second.
Removed, man. When you are removed.
Katlego didimala wa rasa. Hausali speaker Katlego.
Hausali speaker didimala.
Katlego didimala hausali speaker. Katlego didimala.
Grass cutting.
Councillors, Councillor Malek, thank you. Councillors, thank you. Can I say the following? Councillors, let's agree, number one. And it's the common point of departure here. It is common cause that we do not have just as yet, Section 79 committees. Fair and good. I want us to move together here. On the same thing, it is the responsibility of this council to establish such committees. And such committees are established with the view and the reason to assist, because it is the prerogative of this council. So we are still in agreement. Can I finish now? I'm not engaging in a dialogue with you. I am saying those subcommittees are the authority and the right of this council to establish or not to establish. It's your choice. So, council, can you behave yourself? I'll kick you out of this meeting. Can I finish? I want to finish. The committees are established. The committees. Don't disrupt this meeting. Don't disrupt the meeting. I am saying, I am not threatening. I'm chairing. Councillors, allow me to finish. I have given you space to speak, and you spoke. Councillors, I gave you right to speak. Now, if you don't want me to speak, you are then becoming unruly. I give you an opportunity to speak. Don't intimidate me. Okay? me to finish. Let us not engage in a dialogue. Section 31 of the Rules and Orders. Precedence of Speaker during council meetings. Whenever the Speaker speaks, a member then speaking or offering to speak must, underline must sit down. So, councillors, in favor of the Rules and Orders, I'm speaking. May we all sit down as I speak. I have given you time to speak. I listen to all of you, and I protect each one of you. Now, according to Section 31, when the Speaker is speaking, all of you must sit down. I will speak and I will finish, and I will recognize all of you again to proceed speaking. Can we do it that way, councillors? Thank you. So, I am saying, Councillor Ramawood, please. I just read to you Section 31. That empowers me to speak whilst you sit down and listen. Thank you. Thank you. So, thank you. So, I'm saying it's common cause that Section 79 committees do not exist as for now. And they are to be established by yourself. It's a prerogative. If you don't want to establish them, as we kept on referring matters, first we started with MPEC, which doesn't exist. And subsequent to that is the rules and ethics. It also does not exist. When we come to a point, there is an item here that is tabled, if you check your agenda. It's with regard to Section 79 committees. If you decide as councillors not to establish those committees, it means you are not delegating that authority that you have to those committees, which means everything that you have been referring to those envisaged committees will fall squarely on your shoulders. You will have to deal with those matters, including the referral that I've just ruled, that Executive Mayor Randall should appear before that committee. You will deal with it. I will decide as a speaker as to how, in the absence of those committees. So I have ruled. Thank you very much.
What's your ruling? Speaker, you know, Doctor, I think the mistake that we are doing here, because the EFF caucus has been quiet for quite some time, because we are observing everything that is happening. But what I can tell you is that there's no rule that says you have a right to kick someone out of here. Because we may be excited here, we are not short-sighted. We are not fanatics. So we may be excited that we are saying it to the ANC councillor, but you are coming to us, and we have to stop it there before it comes to us. There's no rule that says the speaker has a right to kick people out. And if, can I be protected? There are howlers on my left, the far left there, who are just here to vote, voting kettles, voting white kettles. So I'm saying, if you check the same sections that you have tried, Section 37 of removal of a member doesn't even speak about you kicking a person. It speaks about you before you can even ask the person to leave. You must ask the person to apologize. And there's no such. You haven't asked that councillor to apologize to arrive at the conclusion of
kicking him out. It doesn't even say you must kick him out. It says you must ask him to leave the chamber. So if we start all those things of kicking each other, we are not going to win. I think what we can do now for the sake of progress, let's not entertain the kicking. Let's. I want to respect you, Doctor. I don't know how to say it.
Yeah, I think it's a point of order taken. I withdraw kicking out. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we will, councillors now. Councillors, please. What is that? Point of information. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Dr. I think we were all here from morning. There was no way where they suggested that you cannot forward a matter to a committee by Councillor Maluleka. What we referred to is that Councillor, former Speaker, who resigned voluntarily, must not force you to change your rulings, because you've already made a ruling that people have counted already. The officials have counted, they confirmed the numbers. That's what led to you to rule that the matter cannot be referred to a committee. It is not because of we're undermining that there are committees that must be established in the future. So Councillor Matebe must listen attentively. Our issue of order was in fact that says the Speaker has confirmed and is satisfied that the outcome of the voting was fair and square. And Matebe was saying there must be an investigation of the outcome. We're saying he has no right to undermine your authority in affirming the outcome. That is why we refuse that that matter can be referred to a committee. Now, Speaker Matebe, if you still feel you can if you're still in love with that position, you can go again to your coalition arrangement and say, COP member, go out. We want that seat again. Because that's your behavior in this particular house. We don't behave like we are willing that we can move forward.
Thank you. Point of order taken. So point of information rather. So we have noted the information. It's helping the council move forward now. Councillors, I think the executive mayor had spoken, and I need now to move forward. Thank you. Let's now move on to item number 13, which is reference number 219001, Group Financial Services Department. Grants and Subsidies Progress Report for the period ended 31 October 2021, and approval of the inclusion of additional funding and approved rollovers in the current budget. The report is on page 2710 to 2738, with recommendations on page 2738. Now, with regard to this item, I have only two speakers. The first one will be Councillor Middlebeck, and I will afford him 3 minutes. Councillor Middlebeck, please.
Mr. Speaker, I have indicated that the next item I'm speaking on is item 15. Mr. Speaker, I have indicated to you that the next item I'm speaking on is item 15. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Matlabani, and I will give you 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ndanda Abumakarel. Thank you very much. As the EFF, we have noted the report. We want to put it on record that this unspent allocation put the municipality in a precarious position. In terms of the division of the revenue circular, Treasury expect the unspent allocation by the city to be paid back. Therefore, this is going to affect our next allocation, which will be by far very less than what was allocated previously. We view this as not only incompetent, but as criminal. The people of Amaskral have for years been drinking water that is unsafe for human consumption, yet money is unspent. Recently, the people of Broncos Plate have joined in drinking water that is dirty under your leadership, Executive Mayor. You are just doing lip service when it comes to service delivery. our people in Oliphant, Soshanguve, Mushongo, Kalinian are subjected to using pit latrines. Yet you see absolutely nothing with this underspending happening in the city. We demand that you must go and apply for rollover of this grant that has not been spent. And in the event that you fail, this will be a clear indication and a vindication on our part that we are sleeping on the job, Mayor, and the mayors and the departments that are the culprit of this underspending. There must be consequence management for them. Thank you.
Okay.
As recommended? Thank you. Let's move on to... MMC wants to close this. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. MMC, you want to close the...
My hand was up, my mic was on. Speaker, thank you very much. This is the first quarter spending, the comments noted. You know, we need to ramp this up, and we certainly can't be in a situation where we have rollovers or where we have to forfeit this money. It's a major concern, so it's a major focus area. The comments are noted. It will start picking up in the third and the fourth quarter now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, MMC. Let's move on to item number 14. It's reference number 39491/1, Group Financial Services Department, Supply Chain Management, deviations tenders approved for the first quarter of 2021-22 financial year in terms of the Supply Chain Management Regulation 36 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, MFMA. The report spans from 2739 to 2746 with recommendations on page 2746. I have two speakers here. I will start with Councillor Disolwa. Thank you.
I feel the speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Disolwa. I think, Councillor Middleburg, you said you only speak on items 15, right? So you waiver. Thank you. As recommended? Is there hand? Oh, there. I don't see you. Thank you.
On a point of order. Yeah.
Here, over here.
Thank you, Speaker. Sorry, Speaker, with due respect, we allowed this one and we just said maybe it will pass, but we can't continue like that. After you said recommended and then yes, and then it must move. So we can't entertain any hands unless if there is something else. Let's go to the next item. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. So with due respect, let me just allow that hand so that I may proceed with caution. Yes, please.
Thank you, Speaker. From my side, as much as the deviation did occur from the department, and there were various factors.
You said MMC can speak on the item.
Speaker, you had moved on. You were on the next report. Please don't do that. Speaker, we have agreed on the report. We had already moved. We are reading the heading of the next report. Speaker,
Thank you.
Councillors, I mean, with due respect, we are all councillors, but we are not all MMCs. Please. Thank you, MMC. Please proceed. Let's protect her so that next time we protect you. Now you are gagging others.
Yeah, there's a point of order.
Mabohan.
Chairperson, yes, Chairperson, when one has a point of order, it's point of order supersede any point of discussion. Yes. Chairperson, we have moved on. You have closed this topic. You have moved on and moved to another topic. If you want to review your own decision all the time, like you did with the other one, we're going to have problems here. You have taken a decision. You have ruled that we are continuing. Let's continue, Chairperson.
On a point of information.
Thank you. What I needed to indicate, you see where I'm seated? No, councillors, please, councillors, please. Just bear with, I'm in an awkward angle. I didn't see her. Her hand has been up, please. I wouldn't have ruled. Can I chair this meeting, please? Councillor Mabohan.
Thank you, Dr. Makorela. Dr. Makorela, we want to work with you. I don't think people must advise you wrongly. I'm worried about people who always come to you and then you say the things you've just said. They always come to you. I'm going to wait till the ladies is done. Or the gentlemen. I'm going to wait. Okay, thank you very much. I'm rising on a point of order. Currently, earlier I raised my hand even before the MMC. I now know that there are people who are MMC and us who are councillors. It's very unfortunate. So it's an animal farm here. There are other councillors that are better than others. I think you must withdraw that, Councillor Makwala. We want to work with you. All councillors are equal before the rules and orders of council. There are no...
Thank you, Councillor Mabohan. On that point, I want to sustain it. I am proceeding, Councillor, we are all equal, Councillor, please, for the sake of progress. I'm proceeding, thank you. Let's proceed. Item number 15, item number...
Thank you, Speaker. Yes. Section 34 of the Rules and Orders. Point number 2. The Speaker may permit the Executive Mayor, member of the Mayoral Committee, Chair of Chairs, or Chairperson of Oversight or Standing Committee to make explanatory statement prior to the consideration of a particular item in the report of the Executive Mayor. Oversight Standing Committee.
Thank you. Point of information prior. You are correct. I had already moved on. So we are moving on. Thank you.
Speaker, on.
Item number 15, we are moving on. That was prior, so I had moved on. Thank you. So, item number 15, I have ruled. Item number 15.
Order.
Speaker, you have clearly said you didn't see her. She has been raising her hand.
Speaker.
On a point of order.
Speaker, I said on a point of information, Speaker, her hand was up, and you equally said you didn't see the hand. So you have to recognize her, Speaker. And it is not her fault that she's sitting where you cannot see her. So, Speaker, you wanted to recognize her, and she has a right to speak like any other councillor in this house. Councillor, please don't allow yourself to be Speaker. Speaker.
Councillors, thank you. Councillors, okay, it's okay. Councillors, it would happen from time to time, with due respect. With all these rules, it will happen from time to time that I'm blindsided, I don't see all the hands. And some hands, albeit the fact that they are raised, may not necessarily be recognized. It's that practical. It's that practical. I'm not against what the rules say, that indeed the MMC, the Executive Mayor, may speak. But in terms of practicality, yes, I admit, and it was my shortcoming because of the anger. I had made a ruling and I had omitted her. It was not her fault. But I made a ruling so in favor of my ruling so that we don't degenerate going forward. I'm saying, no, we're not disalone. So I had decided to move, and I'm ruling that I'm moving forward. Okay, so I'm moving forward. Thank you. Let's go to item number. Next time I'll make sure that I check, and please, officials, assist me. Don't think that I'm covering this. Also, yes, thank you. Item 15, reference number 55853.1, Group Financial Services Department, Municipal Finance Management Act. 1, in-year financial report, monthly and second quarter budget. 2, statement for the period ending 31 December 2021. And 3, mid-year budget assessment. The report is on pages 2747 to 2790 with recommendations on 2752. Councillor Middlebeck, I think if my memory serves me well, you are on for the next 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This report paints a very dark picture of the city's finances. To see just how dark, we have to turn back to the budget that was approved 6 months ago. It provided for 40% of a 40 billion operational expenditure budget for bulk purchases of water and electricity. It provided for a further 15% of financial transactions. That is impairments, write-downs, write-offs, and the servicing of our debt. None of these items really contribute to service delivery. The purchasing of bulk water and electricity is an in and out transaction. The next item on, or next big item on the budget was salaries. Salaries is a 40% contribution to our expenditure. That is 16 billion rand of the 40 billion rand. What remains, Mr. Speaker, of the budget for service delivery is 5%. That is approximately 2 billion rand. What remains of the budget is 5% of 40 billion. That is 2 billion rand that actually goes to service delivery to the residents of the city. That 2 billion rand must be reduced off the bat since this city failed to raise the long-term finance, because 1.5 billion rand must be repaid to our creditors before the end of the year, or to at least to our long-term debt creditors to service that debt before the end of the year, which will reduce the amount available for service delivery to a mere 500 million rand. Mr. Speaker, what has happened since the start of the financial year is that we are under-recovering, according to this report, at a rate of 8% on our revenue. If we continue to under-recover at that rate until the end of the year, our total under-recovery of rates or revenue will well exceed 2 billion rand. We already have only 500 million left after we have serviced our long-term debt. In addition to this, we now use operational funds, or funds that would otherwise be available for operational expenditure, on our capital expenditure program, as raised by the Mayor earlier today. The consequences of all this is that if there is not serious remedial action taken in the next 6 months, that we are going to default on our creditors. We are either going to default on servicing existing debt, or we are going to default on our contracts because those contracts are fixed and needs to be paid. And we are already defaulting in service delivery. If we take the example, for instance, of the recent fires at substations in the east of Pretoria, those substations were rebuilt not with new material, but we were cannibalizing other substations throughout the region of the city in order to rebuild those substations to work. The consequence of that is that all these other substations that are being cannibalized are now substandard substations. They operate at a lower level. And we see this in an increased frequency of power outages, especially in the east. Now, what I see here is serious financial problems. What I don't see in this report is any report by the mayor on how he is going to resolve the situation. We are very close to Section 54 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, which lays out what the mayor must do when there is serious financial problems on the horizon.
Give him time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I will conclude with these words. What I would like to see in this report is what our mayor intends to do to resolve the situation. Referring this to a committee, the MPAC committee, means the MPAC will meet in a month's time, or maybe sometime next month. Excuse me? Thank you.
Councillors, this councillor had assisted us by allowing his time to pass on. So now it's my discretion, now that he's on the platform, just to give him 30 seconds. It doesn't hurt us. If could have spoken in the previous items, he would have spent legitimately 15 minutes, which he forfeited. So I gave him 30 seconds. It's not a train smash. Thank you very much. Now, let's move on to the second speaker, and that will be Councillor Msongo from EFF. Thank you, Councillor Msongo.
Ngiyabonga, Speaker. Speaker, it's really embarrassing and a sad day for the residents of Tshwane as we sit here today with a mayor who's going to be a crybaby for his whole term, crying that there's no money. The only thing the man wants to do, he just wants to be a mayor, enjoy blue lights, no service delivery for the people of Tshwane. We are in trouble, Mayor, for the next 5 years if we are going to be here for the whole term, if your coalition partners don't turn their backs on you. Because you've got no interest in delivering services to our people. You only want blue light, the salary, and sit at home. I wonder where the salary that you will be receiving will come from, because you are crying that there's no money. If I was you, Mayor, you were supposed to resign because there's no money. I don't know what you want to be doing here. Speaker, this multi-party administration has made it to be normal to underspend while projects are not completed and service delivery is a scarce commodity for our townships. Mayor, we are inviting you yet again. Please come to our townships, Mayor, where we stay. Don't visit from the suburbs of Pretoria East. Go there, you pose for pictures. You don't visit us in the townships to see how we live, Mayor. The operating expenditure is underspent by 1.7 billion, even in the previous administration. This was a norm. Mayor, it looks like we are in the business of saving money meant to deliver services to our people. We don't know why we are saving this money, Mayor, because it's not like when your term has come to an end, it will be given to you to take it home with you. Speaker, we therefore want to further scrutinize this report and want to add recommendation 5 to read as follows. The report be referred to Section 79 Standing Committee on Public Accounts for further scrutiny, proposed by myself, Councillor Mobile Mhlongo, seconded by Councillor Buitumelo Rasweswe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Can I have the proposed amendments? Yes, MMC. Item 15, Group Financial Services Department Municipal Finance Management Act. 1, in-year financial report monthly and second quarter budget statement for the period ending 31 December 2021. And 2, mid-year budget assessment from Executive Committee 17 January 2022 and Mayoral Committee 19 January 2022. Speaker, this multi-party administration has made it to be normal to underspend while projects are not completed, and service delivery is a scarce commodity for our townships. The operating expenditure is underspent by 1.7 billion, and even in the previous administration. Just go to the proposal, read the speech. Oh, okay. No, thanks very much. Let me just move to the proposal. The proposal says 5, the report be referred to Section 79. Standing Committee on Public Accounts for further scrutiny, proposed by Councillor N.M. Chongo, signed, seconded by Councillor B.U. Rashweshwe, signed. As amended? Yes. Thank you. MMC, you requested to speak, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, indeed, municipality as a function in government, and core functions that we need, core mandates that we need to deliver on. Core mandates of providing services in the form of electricity, water, sanitation, waste collection, and then, of course, other aspects as part of the Property Rights Act to collect those property rights. And Chair, indeed, this report that we see in front of us is not good news. It's something that is a genuine concern. And I think that the big and major aspect that we can take from here is it can't be business as usual. If we're going to turn this and we're going to save this and we're going to turn this around to put the focus back on the core mandates, what we are here for, it can't be business as usual, and there will need to be tough decisions taken and a lot of focus being put into that. And we're committed for that. I think the Mayor's committed for that. And Chair, also the adjustments budget process is underway. Difficult process as well, in line of where we are at the moment in terms of the situation of cash flow. And then, of course, Chair, you know, the income statements and the reports doesn't always give the true reflection of where we are. It gives us an indication of income expenses, but as we know, the situation of income expenses versus cash flow is two completely different areas. So we're in a very, very difficult place. But I think we've got the expertise to get through this, and the focus should come back on service delivery. That's key. That's why we are here. That's why we exist in terms of the Municipal Structures Act. So, Chair, I just wanted to put that emphasis. The debates that were presented to Council today are listened to. We listen to what I said, and we will take cognizance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, MMC. We have already disposed. Oh, Councillor Milbeck.
May I please, through you, request that the MMC for Finance just clarify whether or not he would typify the current situation as serious financial problems in terms of the Financial Management Act or not. Thank you.
I have already closed the report. Now you want to go back on a discussion. So I'm not going to do that. Thank you. Let's proceed to item 16.
Order, Speaker. Speaker.
to dispose with this. Yes, the question, Councillor Middleburg, it's correct. So it's not for answering right here. So you have directed to the MMC. MMC, that's the question which you will later on respond to, Councillor. Is that fine? Thank you, because it's a legitimate question. So, but I'm not for discussion here. Thank you very much. Ah, thank you. Is that a, what is that? Ah. You need a break. Let's check. Can I, unless you say, there's just item 16 here. If we could dispose of it, then we can have a break. Is that fine? And then we'll have a well-deserved break. Thank you very much. Let's dispose of this item. Item 16, reference number 44759, stroke 1, Energy and Electricity Department, report to request mayoral committee or council approval to amend 4 tariff rates on the council approved electricity tariffs with effect from 1st of July 2021. The report is on pages 2791 to 4247 with recommendations on 2795. Now, honorable councillors, before I allow, I only have, let me just check here. I only have just 2 speakers here. But before we do that, honorable councillors, it should be noted that in accordance with section 160, subsection 3B of the Constitution of South Africa, a decision on the approval of the budget and the imposition of rates and other taxes, levies and duties must be taken by the council with a supporting vote of a majority of the council members. That is at least, in our case, 108 councillors. Before we do that, I just want to allow the speakers, just the 2 speakers, and then I will subject this item on a vote according to the Constitution I just read to yourselves. Is that fine, councillors? If that be in order, let's then take Councillor Middleburg, you are first. Thank you. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This item requests, in actual fact, a recall of a promulgation of tariffs before the start of this financial year in order to replace it with a renewed promulgation of new tariffs. That is not possible legally. Doing this will open up a huge problem for this municipality. Rates, the budget with its income generating measures must be promulgated before the start of the financial year. If there is a mistake in those promulgations, then the municipality would be better to live with that. To recall the promulgation opens up big problems for the city. I would advise that this not be done, and we will vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Middleburg. Let's now take Councillor Mkhale from EFF. 3 minutes. Oh. Councillor Mkhale, 3 minutes. You passing? Okay, can we put this item on a vote and then we dispose of it? Yes, Ian?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, several times now I've heard Councillor Middleburg refer to the promulgation, and he refers to the rates. But I think he's referring to the wrong act. What he's referring to is national legislation, Section 14 of the Municipal Property Rates Act. So Section 14 states that when you publish rates, property rates, you must promulgate. But the tariffs that we're referring to is electricity tariffs. So electricity tariffs are governed by Section 75A, and that's capital A, of the Municipal Systems Act. And I can read part of what Section 75, capital A, subsection 3 says. After a resolution contemplated in subsection 2, and that's a resolution of council, has been passed, the municipal manager must, without delay, A, display a copy of the resolution for a period of 30 days at the main administrative offices of the municipality, and then B, publish in a newspaper of general circulation in a municipality a notice. So when we deal with electricity tariffs, the municipality merely has to publish a notice. Now, that was our interpretation and is our interpretation. So what we've done today, we've also contacted NERSA, and NERSA also gave us a confirmation that Section 75, capital A of the Municipal Systems Act apply, not the Municipal Property Rates Act. So unfortunately, Councillor Middleburg is relying on the wrong legislation. So this is not an instance where the resolution has to be promulgated, but merely notice has to be given. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. I will therefore now subject these electricity tariffs amendments to the vote. And insofar as the voting is concerned, or the process, it will be through the show of hands of councillors in the council chamber and other designated venues as we have done before. Yes, Executive. Yes, Councillor. Okay, Caucus, how long? Caucus granted for 20 minutes. Thank you. Councillors. Honorable councillors. I think we need to settle down and proceed, shall we? Thank you very much, councillors. We have had our caucus break. Let's reconvene. Let me also have some visual from alternative venues as well. I want to check if people are settling down. Thank you. Let's settle down, councillors. Let's settle down, councillors, please. All right, Councillor Gordon, let's settle down. Thank you. Thank you very much. Can we proceed, councillors? Executive Mayor, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I want you to refer you to Rule 13 and particularly Rule 13.5. In terms of Rule 13.5, as Mayor, I'm withdrawing item 16 from the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The item is withdrawn. Yes, Councillor Ramawood, are you speaking on the withdrawal of the item? As what? As a point of order? Okay, thank you. Point of information. Thank you.
Rule 36. Quoted the rules. No, so I want to say this is a clear indication of the arrogance that is displayed in this council, that it's going to be a long 5 years, because you need 108 to pass such reports. So we are saying to multi-party, let the arrogance not be too much, because it looks like we'll need each other this 5 years. It's going to be very interesting. So he's withdrawing the report because they don't have numbers. He must say it. They need 108. They are only 107. We are, two councillors are already here. We are already on 106 together with those people. So if we are waiting for one councillor, it's going to be interesting tonight. Very interesting.
Councillors, let's proceed. The item is withdrawn. We are now moving on to item 17. Reference number 82713/2, Group Property Department. Proposed lease of F12198 Oliven Holt Boss, extension 37 for institutional early childhood development purposes. The report starts from page 4248 to 4263 with recommendations on page 4256. I only have just one speaker, Councillor Ratikwani, EFF, Councillor Ratikwani. 3 minutes, thank you.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. The EFF supports the report, number 17 as tabled. EFF, however, does not agree with the proposal to charge the community the lease amounts, as the community, the business that are involved are contributing to the socio-economic development of the communities by equipping the young children with education at the foundation phase. The EFF appreciates the importance and the role of the ECDs in our society. The EFF also notes that there are many black businesses that do not have access to resources and funds, and therefore cannot afford to pay lease amounts, rates, and taxes, and therefore the city must not expect to raise funds against such black businesses that predominantly happen to be black-owned. And then the city must also find creative ways to ensure that these ECDs are assisted and that they survive. It is very important that we support this report because it will benefit the previously disadvantaged people, predominantly black people. The EFF further lambasts the city for the slow progress of the issue of approvals on land leases and applications. We have many examples such as the Mpoyan Italapeng Orphanage and ECD in Oliven Holt Bosch, whereby they applied to have their lease agreement approved by the city as far back as year 2000, and up to date there's not been any approval. This is not the only example. We have churches, old age homes, and homeless care centers that are going through the same unpleasant process. We demand that the outstanding application be brought before council for approval so that our townships can have such important facilities. Thank you very much.
As recommended. Item 18, reference number 03636/1, 377 Karankwa, Unit 24, Group Property Department. Proposed lease of F377 Karankwa, Unit 24. The report is on page 4264 to 4279, with recommendations on page 4273. One speaker, Councillor Mloisani, EFF. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings, honorable councillors. On behalf of the EFF, we want to welcome this. The EFF believes on expropriation of land without compensation for equitable redistribution, and as such, that those that want to use the land will apply for a lease from the state. We therefore call that land for upcoming entrepreneurs from previously disadvantaged backgrounds be leased for free as to empower them economically. I thank you.
As recommended? Thank you. Item 19, reference number 27836/1, Group Property Department, proposed lease of a portion of F3706 East Terrace Extension 6 for the purpose of erecting a cellular mast. The report is on 4280 to 4297 with recommendations on page 4290. As recommended? Thank you. The next item, item 20, reference number 58453/1, Group Property Department, proposed lease of F817 Karankwa Unit 21 for institutional purposes, early childhood development. The report is on page 4298 to 4311 with recommendations on page 4308. One speaker, Councillor Ratikwane again, EFF 3 minutes. Councillor Ratikwane?
Oh, sir. Okay. No, thank you very much, Speaker. The EFF supports the report number 20 as tabled and calls for more black businesses that are owned to follow suit and be approved. In South Africa, we still have high numbers of children that do not attend the foundation phase at least 2.5 years as compared to other countries. And this leads to a lack of foundation development phase whereby the children do not actually get developed properly. This catches up with them when they now have to access basic education, such as your grade 1 and the several grades that follow. The economic freedom fighters' support for this report is based on the EFF's cardinal pillar number 1. We have long been calling that the government be the custodian of the land and that the citizens benefit from the leases. We are happy to see that the city is implementing the resolutions and the cardinal pillars of the EFF. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ratikwane. As recommended? Oh, sorry. MMC, you want to speak?
Thank you, Speaker. My appreciation for the support on these reports. You can be certain very soon you'll see a large number of reports coming through around of the lease of land, especially around, we are very sensitive towards the ECD centers and education and business properties that we want to lease. We request your support going forward and be certain that the large numbers will be dealt with at special MACOs as agreed with the Mayor so that we can dispense with all these matters. Thank you, Chair.
As recommended? Thank you. Item 21, reference number 45180/1, Group Property Department, proposed notarial lease of F2540 Hammanskraal West Extension 1 for business purposes. Item is from page 4312 to 4334 with recommendations on page 4321. As recommended? Thank you. Item 22, reference number 73888/1, Group Property Department. Group Property Department, proposed lease of portions of... Sorry, can we please have order, please? Proposed lease of portions of portion 6, 7, 8, and the remainder of portion 1 of F20 Arcadia to Tshwane University of Technology The item is on page 4335 to 4357 with recommendations on page 4343. We have one speaker on this item, Councillor Ramawood, please, 3 minutes.
No, thank you, Speaker. Without a waste of time, we welcome this report, but we also want to emphasize that, the city must start prioritizing black emerging developers, particularly on the issue of student accommodation in the city. And we are glad that at least we are able to approve such a report that will assist the University of the Tshwane University of Technology. So we encourage the city through the executive mayor that black emerging developers who comes with a proposal that seek to assist on the issue of student accommodation must be prioritized and not be frustrated. The issue of lease and application of land and all that is frustrating at some time. That's why you hear that there are portion of land that were applied to that are still pending for many years. So maybe if there can be a unit in the city that will focus on issues of land to make sure that our people, especially black emerging business in the township and also here in town who wants to come with a business that can empower black business and also give revenue to the city can be prioritized. We with the same energy of giving land to those who want to do boom gates in Waterkloof and all that, rezoning and all that must also be given to such initiatives. We welcome the report as the EFF. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, councillors. The next item is resolutions by the Mayoral Committee, Annexure A, page 11 of your agenda. This is not applicable for this meeting. Next up is reports of oversight and standing committees reporting directly to the council and recommendations to the council. This is also not applicable. Page 13 of your agenda, consolidated index, resolutions by oversight and standing committees reporting to the council, Annexure B, not applicable. Item G, questions of which notice has been given. Questions submitted by councillors in terms of section 10, subsection 1B of the rules and orders of the City of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality Council meeting 27 January 2022. This is also not applicable. Item H, which is motion or proposals deferred from previous meeting, not applicable. New motions, item I, not applicable. Item J, petitions, not applicable. We are now in item K, and this is any other matter not contained in the notice of the meeting at the discretion of being the speaker. Honorable councillors, at my discretion in terms of section 8, subsection 1K of the rules and orders, I'm submitting to you the following reports for consideration. Report number 1, governance model of the City of Tshwane and reconstitution of section 79 committees. The item you'll find from page 4 to page 363 with recommendations on page 12. Honorable councillors, please note that Schedule 3, that is the election of municipal office bearers to the Local Government Municipal Structures Act, Act 117 of 1998, is not applicable for purposes of the appointment of a chairperson of a Section 79 committee. If we have to vote on this matter, and bearing in mind the provisions of the Section 39, subsection 1 of the rules and orders, which empowers the Speaker of the Council to determine the appropriate manner of voting. Under such circumstances, the voting by show of hands is preferred by the Speaker. Nomination forms have been prepared and provided to the whips, and this must be signed by the proposer, the seconder, and the nominee, and handed to me after such nomination is made. Honorable councillors, Can I now please have nominations for chairpersons of the Section 79 Oversight and Standing Committees to be appointed? Let me start with Councillor Ramawood and
Speaker, I want to propose an amendment to the recommendations of the report. Can I go ahead? Thank you, Speaker. I would like to propose amendments to the recommendation of the report by replacing number 7, 8, and 9 with what will follow below and add point 11. Number 7 to read that the chairpersons, full-time councillors of each Section 79 Oversight Committee listed hereafter be appointed in terms of Section 79 2C of the Municipal Structures Act as amended, and that it will be noted that Schedule 3, election of municipal office bearers, is not applicable for this purpose. Environmental Management, Chairperson Councillor Ronald Morake. Community Safety, Chairperson Councillor Nkele Molapo. Corporate and Shared Services, Chairperson Councillor Isaac Petrus de Plooy. Economic Development and Spatial Planning, Chairperson Councillor Peter Weinhard Warnar Meyer. Group Financial Services, Chairperson Councillor Lawrence Abraham.
On a point of order, please, Councillor Ramawood.
Speaker, you must remember that you have noted me. So this one is not that point of order. It's a different one. So I'm still coming to that one. What is she doing? On which rule? She's just hallucinating. I don't understand. What is happening there? Can you assist us? Because we are now on you wanted nominations. Now we were about to take hands of nomination or of those who want to have a view on the report that we have tabled. Now he told who that he wants to amend, because we are supposed to rise and explain to us what is that she wants to amend. So don't allow her to mislead the House. Please. Please.
Thank you very much. Councillor, are you proceeding with your amendments to the report? No, thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Ramawood. Yes, Councillor Maleke.
Chair, you tabled the report, right? And you also explained a mechanism of voting. Now, she wants to hijack a process. Let's first exhaust all these other things, and we'll deal with her excitement, because we want to challenge your approach to the whole thing, and I don't understand why we would want to deny people to express their voting differently, because you have voted in accordance to a particular section of the rules. Why can't you have that confidence to think that we should express our view in that manner? Why can't you think that without, it's possible for other people to want to deviate from the caucus view, and through a secret vote, it will empower them to express such a view. Now you want them to be exposed to the whole thing, and by explaining that you want to use your discretion. I think it's abuse of power. It's abuse of office to think that you can be voted secretly and other people should be in the open. They should be channeled by a caucus view. I think it's unfortunate, Chair, to have you having been supported overwhelmingly by everybody here and believing that you will try to subscribe differently to a different dispensation. We want to deal with that first before we deal with the excitement of putting a caucus view here.
Thank you very much. Let me just on a point of order which Councillor Ramawood has raised. Councillor Ramawood, please, on the point of order. Thank you.
So we also want to refer you to section 46 of the rules and order that speaks about amendment of the rules and orders. So it says on 46 subsection 1, any provision of the rules and orders may be amended, revoked, or added by the resolution of council. We are council here. We don't agree with that rule that you want to make of voting by the show of hands. Therefore, we want to amend and agree on the secret ballot as the council, because section 46 permit us that we can do so. So it's not only your discretion, also the rules support us that on section 46 we have at least a right to amend and call for a secret ballot.
Speaker, the item before us is the governance model, not the rules and orders amendment. So actually I must say a point of order, because there's a process to amend the rules and orders bylaw. It's a bylaw. You don't just amend it the way he's amending. So he can't mislead council. What we're discussing now is a governance model. A bylaw has a process of amendment, Speaker. He cannot come and amend a bylaw, whereas this matter is not on the agenda, firstly. Secondly, there is a process and he's not following that. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Councillor, I'm a councillor, I have the right to participate.
Thank you, Chairperson. Also on another point of information, Section 79 of Local Government Municipal Structures Act, it reads as follows. Section 1 of, it says, a municipality council may establish one or more committees necessary for the effective and efficient performance of any of its functions of the exercise of any of its powers. When you go to subsection 2, C, it says, then you must appoint the chairpersons. It doesn't speak of anything that the colleagues were trying to advance. It speaks of, so also in concurrent with what Councillor Matere has submitted in her point of information, I also urge the colleagues to look in this particular act of legislation.
Thank you. Your point of order, Councillor Matere, sustained. Please, let's proceed, Councillor, with your amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 7.4, economic development.
Done. Mr. Speaker, I've been having my hand up.
I've been having my hand up.
Yes.
Please, granted.
We are on the approval of the governance model. We haven't yet voted on the approval of the governance model. That is page 12 of the report. We can't be taking nominations and amendments and whatever else. We first need to deal with the establishment of these committees. They haven't been established yet.
No.
We need to vote on what the governance model is. And that is on the table at this stage. So I think we need to take a step back, vote on this governance model, and then proceed to taking nominations and dealing with the fallout of what is approved. But I would also request at this stage, Mr. Speaker, that we break for a half-an-hour caucus, because I need to caucus with my minority party colleagues, because I see from this recommendation that small parties are completely excluded from committee work, and that would be unconstitutional. We need to discuss this, the implications, the very serious implications of this complete exclusion from committee work, and to formulate our attitude to that on this issue. Half an hour, please, Mr. Speaker.
Caucus for half an hour granted. Thank you. I've granted a caucus, please. You'll speak when you come back.
Speaker, please stop that multi-caucus. We want to start, please. Multi-party caucus.
Councillors, let's settle down. The caucus break is exhausted. Let's settle down, please, councillors. Can I have some visual from alternative venues? Just want to see if we are settling down. Thank you. Turn on your video cams. Boardroom C12, I see you. Thank you very much. C05, I see you. Thank you. Hello. Training room, where are you? Training room, please come on board. Turn on your video. Training room, please. There you go. Thank you. Let's settle down. Council chamber, please, let's settle down. Let's continue. We broke for caucus break asked by Councillor Middlebeck. Please, Councillor Middlebeck, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We used the opportunity to come to an agreement of all the parties on a proposed amendment to paragraph 6 of the recommendations. Basically what it amounts to is that it gives effect to section 160 of the Constitution, which provides that all members of council are entitled to participate in all activities of council and all committees of council, or committees of council per se. And we have just agreed the participation quota to be an adaptation of what is clause 6. I will read the proposed amendment. That the participation quota of councillors in section 79 committees be calculated on the basis of dividing the total number of committee positions by 214, to which the hair quota in conjunction with the largest remaining formula will be used to determine the proportional representation of political parties in the various committees of the council. Effectively, what this means is that you take the total number of committee positions over, let us say, 16 committees, and if each committee has 15 members, then you have 240, which is divided by 214, which gives each councillor the right to sit on 1.12 committees. The figure is then aggregated for the number of councillors in each caucus, so that the larger parties get the aggregate of the decimal, which gives them their total number, but at least it ensures that the smaller parties each have their one position to which they are entitled. The remaining fraction is then dealt with in terms of the air quota, which will give the smaller parties, I think if I calculated it correctly, 2 or 3 extra councillors. And that will then also determine how many councillors for each party sits in every committee. This is proposed by me, Councillor AWF Middelburg, and it's seconded by Councillor Jackie Ace of the Democratic Alliance. Thank you.
Modulasetulo wa Lekgotla.
I forgot my specs in my office, so I'll have to be very careful here, but I've sent someone to get them for me. I have a proposal. I have proposal of an amendment here that says that the participation quota of councillors in Section 79 committees be calculated on the basis of dividing the total number of committee position by 214 to, I think it's the handwriting, it's not my eyesight here, to include to include the, assist me here, Councillor Alex, the quota. Yeah, please. Do you have a copy of this there?
While still waiting for your classes, Speaker, can we ask for a coalition partners caucus of 20 minutes?
How many minutes? 20 minutes. Okay, 20 minutes granted.
Oh, he said 10 minutes.
We also want water. Speaker. Geen water.
Without all the juice.
Speaker, please arrange water. Tell Chief Whip to arrange water, please. Thank you.
34. Yeah. Sako mining, ADT. So, yeah, 31. That's why when you said the ADT, yeah. Greater, 140. Okay. Okay. And then in front of the 9661. Yeah, go. Hello? Chop, chop. Oh, nakabolela ba bang ba nyaka dilori. Nakabolela ba bang ba nyaka dilori. Ramo 20 minutes break. When you put, yeah? Why Ira? Yeah. Yeah, Hannah, we can. Yeah.
I speaker Stalin, I can 6 episode. Gracias.